Progress.
Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome to our special meeting of the Larkspur City Council. It's Wednesday, June 21st, 5:30. Allison, could I please get a roll call?
Councilmember Carroll.
Here.
Councilmember Haroff.
Here.
Councilmember Way.
Here.
Mayor Paulson.
Here. Thank you. And rise as you're able, and let's do our Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America, to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so we're gathered here at this special meeting for a few purposes, but the really big and primary one is our agenda item number 2, which is the proclamation honoring Councilmember Kevin Haroff upon his retirement from the City Council effective June 30th, 2023. So I have this proclamation in front of me, and I really don't feel like skimming it. I've worked with Kevin, and I know he likes things to be short and sweet, but I'm going to torture him one last time tonight.
And Mr. Mayor, you feel free to do whatever you wish, but if you could do me the favor of give me a few minutes after you conclude, or whenever anyone else wants to say something.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I have a feeling some people here might want to say something too, but so let me read this first. This is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Larkspur honoring Kevin Haroff upon his retirement from the Larkspur City Council. Whereas Kevin was first elected to the council November 5th, 2013, and was subsequently elected an additional 2 times on the 7th in 2017 and 2022, dutifully serving the residents of Larkspur for nearly a decade. And whereas during this time, Kevin served as mayor twice in 2017 and also in 2021, and then as vice mayor twice in 2016 and 2020. And whereas prior to his election to the City Council, he had served on the Planning Commission. And during his time on the council, Kevin lent valuable insight and expertise to various boards and commissions as the council's liaison, including Central Marin Police Authority, the Central Marin Fire Authority, MCE, the Marin Clean Energy, the MCCMC Joint Powers Oversight Committee, and ad hoc committees on climate change, Marin County Bay Wave, the General Plan Update Steering, and the Housing Steering Committee, and many, many more. Whereas Kevin's tenure on the Marin Clean Energy Board of Directors and Executive Committee has shown he is a strong advocate for improving the environmentally sustainable renewable energy options for residents. And whereas as a supporter of local businesses in the Larkspur community, Kevin served as the president of the board of the Larkspur Chamber of Commerce. And whereas Kevin has consistently shown through his words and actions during his time on the council that he is dedicated to preserving and enhancing the character of Larkspur through quality leadership and service, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Larkspur does hereby express their appreciation and gratitude for Kevin Haroff's dedication and commitment to the city, and congratulate him on the occasion of his retirement from the Larkspur City Council effective June 30th, 2023. So, round of applause. And I just, before Kevin wanted to say some words and maybe other council members, I just wanted to say it's been such a pleasure, Kevin. When I first got on in 2019, you and I went straight on an ad hoc committee for the mobile home park, and with the housing issues, we were on the rent stabilization, which is still on the table, and I'm going to miss you leaving that. And then also on the housing steering committee, and then I was your alternate to MCE, and I've just lately seen how much you'll be missed there. And we worked on the chamber as your alternate, and I know how much you did and stepped in and over and above the call of duty. And I've appreciated your professionalism. We've disagreed, quite a few times, but it's always been respectful. It's always been with a lot of, thought, and I just want to thank you and say that I'll miss you. And so maybe the other 2 council members, and I we'll have to get Scott on in a second.
Oh, do we want to do that first or? So that Scott is officially participating? I think I need to do. That.
Yeah, so our vice mayor is, has a reason for being absent, and I guess we can get into that right now and continue.
Yeah, hi, I am appearing via Zoom today with council's permission. I just have some back issues, so I can't sit in a chair for 5 hours tonight. So I'm going to be kind of laying on my back or walking around, stretching a little bit. But I'll be here, have the video on the whole time, if that is okay with city council and our city attorney.
Under the amended provisions of the Brown Act, the use of this exception for remote attendance requires a council approval. So just a simple motion, second, and vote will be sufficient. And then once that occurs, Councilmember Candell will be able to participate via Zoom.
I'd like to just make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, can we get a roll call?
Yes.
Councilmember Haroff,
Yes.
Councilmember Way.
Yes.
Mayor Paulson.
Yes. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you.
And I think you would have only been here for 1 or 2 hours. Tonight will be short, I'm sure. But anyway, let's go on with our honoring of Councilmember Haroff.
Well, listening to this pedigree, I realized we've been on this dais together for that same length of time because we ran together in 2013, not together, but on the same ticket in 2013. So I feel like we've come full circle in sort of the process of working together for all those times. And I really reflected on thinking that we kind of tag teamed each other for mayor both times. And with that, you have to do a lot of relying on your co-counsel and your vice mayor to be available and to help. And I really always felt that we had that ability to collaborate on things. So I really wish you the best of the next phase of life, because I think it's going to be an exciting time. And I'm really pleased that you're not moving too far away. And I'm sure we'll find ways in which you'll keep in touch with the political North Bay structure that's happening there.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I also want to thank you. You've been very helpful in a number of ways, but in a couple of meetings we've had, your counsel and advice have proven to be very helpful on both council and city matters. And I just wanted to say I'll be missing you. I don't like this promotion to number one, quite frankly. It was one of the few areas of my life where I was the junior, and now I'm senior again. So I'll live with it though. Thank you.
You'll do a good job. Thank you.
And let me, if I could just jump in also, Kevin, I spoke to you before. I when I was there today, I really appreciate that you were a mentor. You kind of, you taught me a lot. You've been there a lot longer than I have, and I really learned a lot from you. I know we have disagreed on certain topics, and I think that's part of politics, but it's always, as Catherine said, been very respectful, and I really appreciate the professionalism. So I will miss you as well as one of the council members.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate that.
All right. Well, maybe anybody in the chamber, and then Kevin, you can close out if we have anyone here who wants to say anything. Come on, Hilmer.
Good evening, good afternoon, Dan Hilmer, Larkspur. Kevin, I want to thank you for making available your depth and breadth of experience and education and your skill sets to the city. It's been an extremely valuable resource in many ways beyond the city council, and you know that. And your dedication to community and the county, I think, is exemplary. I found working with you for the many years that we've been friends and colleagues that your vision is expansive, which is a high compliment. Your considerations are inclusive, which is also a very high compliment. And you've acted as a gentleman and held the highest standard for your council member performance. And I think that's been a lesson for all of us. So I wish you the best. I hope that we'll stay in touch. I look forward to having coffee or lunch with you when you're available. And I'll butcher General MacArthur by saying old council members don't fade away. They just moved to Novato or haunt the council as ex-mayors. Thank you so much.
You can expect both of those things from me. Thank you.
And thanks to all the council. The community really needs you and admires you, although it's not expressed often enough.
Thank you. All right, if there's anybody else, come on up. Otherwise, Councilmember Haroff, please, you had.
There may be somebody on Zoom. I don't know.
Yeah, is there anyone on Zoom, Allison?
I doubt it.
I'm looking for any raised hands from our Zoom audience members. There's no public comment.
Okay. Kevin.
Well, in that case, it's my turn. And I will be brief. While waiting for the start of tonight's meeting, I went down to our beautiful library downstairs to gather my thoughts. When I was there, I ran into a woman I didn't know. She didn't really know me either, but she turned around when we encountered each other to say, "Aren't you on the city council?" And I told her that I was, and she said, "Yes, you're the one who always votes the way I like." And I thanked her for that. But I had to admit to her that tonight would be my last council meeting. In response, she only said, "Well, that's too bad." And then she left. So I guess I have made some impression on others here, but probably not as much as I might have imagined. Which is fine, since I never took on this role with any expectation that I would ever make much of an impression. What is more important to me is the impression this community has made on me. I have grown very fond of this city over the years. Very fond as well of my fellow city council members, the city's administrative staff, its librarians, police officers, fire department personnel, park and rec employees, and many others who make important contributions to the vitality and spirit of the city of Larkspur. For the experience of that, which I will never forget, I also will be forever grateful. But for better or worse, my official time here is at an end. My wife and I have decided to move to another community not far away with a smaller house and a quieter neighborhood. It's a challenging transition, but one for which we have high hopes. So please wish us luck, as I wish for all of you. Thank you for the time and consideration you have shown me, both tonight and over the last 10+ years. I will miss you all, but please remember, I will never be far away. Thank you.
Yeah. And if I may, Kevin, here's your diploma. Your sheepskin. All right. Well, so we have a regular meeting starting at 6 and just a little bit of time. So I guess we can now move to the next item, which is the approval of the consent calendar. We have 7 items. Is there anybody, any council member who wants to pull an item for further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull item 3.6, please.
Okay. Great. And anybody else?
No.
Okay. Is there anybody in the public who would like to pull an item? Anybody on Zoom, Allison?
I'm looking for any raised hands from our Zoom audience members. There's no public comment.
Okay. So I would entertain a motion to move, I'd entertain a motion to pass all items except for 3.6, and then we can return to that.
I'll move passing the consent calendar 3.1 through 3.7 with the exception of 3.6.
A second.
Okay, can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Carroll,
Yes.
Councilmember Haroff,
Yes.
Councilmember Way.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kendall,
Yes.
Mayor Paulson.
Yes. So that passes unanimously. So let's bring it back to item 3.6, which is the amending the terms and conditions for preferential parking in identified portions of the Marina and Heather Gardens to remove the written warning requirements and escalate the fine structure. So I guess Vice Mayor Kendall, did you want to, I don't know if we want to start with a report or if you just want to state what you wanted to discuss.
I'll just pop right in. So we're talking about the parking situation by Redwood. And since the last meeting, I've been approached by several parents who had some concerns I wanted to share with the council. The first is that as a city, we're trying to minimize our footprint for environmental reasons. It was pointed out to me that if students can't park, there are going to be twice as many trips. The parents are going to drop the kids off, go home, pick the kids up, and then go home, as opposed to if the student drives, he drives there. When he's done, he drives home. It's less traffic, less trips for environmental reasons. It was also pointed out to me that this isn't done anywhere else in our city, I don't believe. And by doing this, we may be setting a precedent for other areas where people want residential parking requirements. And I'm not sure how we would say no to other areas if we say yes to this, including, the new library is going to be built. I'm sure the residents there may want residential parking. There may be North Magnolia is going to become more crowded with the new building that we just approved. I could even see people in downtown who live by downtown Larkspur saying, hey, I can't park in front of my house. If the city's doing residential parking, why can't we do it here? And do the whole parking pass, situation as well. Finally, the only other thing I want to bring up that was mentioned to me was that when the property owners got their property by Redwood, they were aware that there was a high school there. This was not, somebody buys property and then all of a sudden we build a high school, and this wasn't what they had in mind. I mean, everybody knew this was the deal when they bought their places, knowing, hey, we're moving next to a high school. There may be kids driving to school and parking. So for those reasons, I wanted to bring those to the council's attention. And if having said that, everyone still wants to pass this, so be it. But I wanted to just express those thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Steph, I guess city manager.
Yeah, so for historical context, the council debated this program over the course of several meetings. And I think with the exception of the climate argument, all of the issues that Vice Mayor Kendall raised were vetted during those debates. In addition, there was a pretty extensive discussion about restricting the access to a public good and whether that was appropriate. Ultimately, as my recollection of the debate was that, and the council members who were here may want to chime in later, the council felt that the problem outweighed some of the other policy considerations that Councilmember Kendall has pointed out. Most significantly were incidents of Redwood students driving recklessly. In at least one case, they had actually knocked a door off of a car as somebody was trying to exit their car. And the police have been here were here during that period to attest that on occasion they had observed some of these problems occurring. And that issue of safety elevated above some of these other concerns. The program is actually not limited to any neighborhood. There is a process for other neighborhoods to consider whether they want to approach the city. But the city then has to do an evaluation to determine if there is some sort of policy consideration, like a safety concern, that warrants the implementation of such a parking program. To date, I've been engaged probably 3 times in conversations since that program was put in place. And I think most of the neighborhoods have decided the program is more onerous than the problem that they're addressing. That's not the case for the residents in the two neighborhoods next to Redwood High School. The problems that they're dealing with from the behavior is greater than the challenge of dealing with the parking program. And so they've asked for the parking program to be in place. And so that's an important thing to consider here. We do have a few other pockets of restricted parking around the community that were done for historical purposes. There's one in Greenbrae. There's one up in the north end of Magnolia. And they're for different reasons. There's restricted parking in some of those areas. And so it's not limited to here. This is the only one that we have at this sort of more robust structure at this time.
Thank you. Any questions for the city manager or for Scott or any discussion?
Just a question for, I know Redwood's planning on a large parking lot renovation project. I understand your concern about the environmental impact of having multiple trips, but part of our original discussion was to really encourage that the students and the school take ownership of that process and really work out opportunities for carpooling and for using public transportation and for using the bus system and everything else and other means of getting to Redwood. And I hope we can encourage them to continue to support students having alternative means than just vehicles to get there. So it's an important part of their planning for the year ahead when their parking is going to be impacted. But I think we have a responsibility to the residents who live within that neighborhood because they are our constituents, while a lot of the Redwood students may come from various other jurisdictions. So I think we're trying to strike a happy compromise in between here while respecting the property owners' needs to have some safety in their neighborhood. So I'm fine with this resolution or comment there.
I don't really buy into the environmental argument, quite frankly. I know our students, particularly at that age, high school students, care a lot about the environmental issues, and the obvious solution is to take a bus or bike or scooter if you're that concerned about the environment. The other issue that really strikes me about this is that it was stated during the testimony on this at our previous meeting about how students were deliberately parking in that area so that they could have access to their cars during the day, which they're not allowed to have access to their cars when they're parked on campus. And so this is a very deliberate thing on their part. It's not that there's not room at the school, it's that they want to be able to get to their cars for whatever reason, be it vaping or quiet contemplative study by themselves, whatever the reason, it's not allowed on the school property. And so that's why they're parking in this neighborhood. So for those reasons, I think this should be passed.
Thank you. Councilmember Haroff.
No specific comments. I support the resolution and be happy to move it.
Okay. Yeah, and I've also, I have a really strong recollection of when this came up and how we debated it and the kind of impact. And I felt the program was reasonably successful. And, you know, the main amendment was to not give the warning. And I saw that was problematic for some people. And I don't think that's an objection you brought up tonight. So I'm also supportive, but I do appreciate that you went out and got more community feedback. I mean, it seems like there's always, you know, different points of view out there. Yes, city manager.
And I appreciate you giving me the space to voice that feedback. Thank you.
Yep.
If I might put into the record, just to make sure everybody understands, I know the council does. Probably I'd articulate our frustration with the school district is that they aren't trying to figure out how to build more parking. But I do want to acknowledge they've done a lot in the time that I've worked with them to try to encourage the behaviors that Councilmember Wade is talking about. They've actually created an incentive program for carpooling that involves getting preferential parking spots. And they've done a lot to encourage alternative modes of travel. But I think as a parent of a 17-year-old, I will tell you that driving that car is really, really important to him. And I was always amused and I see your first speakers from Heather Gardens. I was always amused that a resident from Heather Gardens got up at this debate like 5 years ago and said, I live right around the corner and my daughter insisted on driving to school. So, that's kind of part of the teenager mentality and part of growing up. So it's a tough situation.
Thank you. And it looks like we have some public comment.
A quick public comment. My recollection of the meeting concurs with Councilmember Carroll's description of the issue as it's experienced by the neighbors in Heather Gardens especially. Thank you.
The speaker was former
he
council
identify
member Dan Hilmer.
I'm Peter Chaplin. I live at 17 Via Librisa, so I'm in the Marina District. A couple of thoughts. One, to thank the council for bringing this up and for its consideration. Thanks to City Manager Schwartz, who we've met with. My neighbor, who I think will be speaking right after me, we've met with Redwood, and one thing to share with you, Redwood's trying their best for carpooling. If you are a carpool, you get priority. And so it's very easy for parents to say, well, I don't want to drive our kids. But the consequences of that are borne out by those of us who live there with speeding cars, especially during lunch hour, which is very brief. So you got to dash off, dash back. I find myself out in the street many days screaming at people to slow down because I've got dogs and their kids nearby. So it really is a hazard. And that's really what it's the hazard. The police are doing their very best, but let's face it, they've got other priorities that we all would agree with. And the garbage. The kids are kids. But those of us who live there bear the consequences. So it's speed, it's danger, and it's debris. And the community has been working with and will continue to work with Redwood because the problem is a very difficult one. But anyway, my thanks to the council. I just wanted to point out what Redwood was doing. And thanks to the city manager for meeting with us because Dan, it was really appreciated. So thank you for that. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Okay.
Hi, Vicky. I think you can hear me. Vicky Young, 3 Via Librisa. I happen to live next door to Peter. Just to clarify the fact that this is not a new program. This is not something that was just developed. I moved into my home in 1975. And at that time, we had 20-minute parking signs out in front. There has always been, since 1975, there has always been restricted parking. The problem was that it was not easy to enforce. And I think we've come up with a plan that will help the police and help the neighbors. And we really need your help. I also am out there at the top of my voice yelling out, and I get the, so anyway, Dan Schwartz has been really wonderful in meeting with us and helping us to get this far forward. And I urge you to pass this resolution.
Thank you, Vicky, and thank you, Dan. Any other comments? Allison, do we have anyone on Zoom?
And from our Zoom audience members. There's no public comment.
Okay, so let's bring it back to the council. Does anybody want to make a motion or have any final thoughts?
Sure, I'll move resolution, consent calendar item 3.6.
Second,
Allison, roll call.
Councilmember Carroll.
yes.
Councilmember Haroff.
Yes.
Councilmember Way.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kandel.
Yes.
Mayor Paulson.
Yes, that passes unanimously. And thank you all for the discussion. Okay, so we do have a regular meeting that started with those chimes, but that being said, 2 more items, city manager's oral report and council members' oral reports. So with the time in mind, let's go.
We can go over, Mr. Mayor. It's okay. We loaded up this early meeting so we could clear the deck for the public hearings tonight.
I'm just trying to appear efficient.
Got his box real close by.
This will be, this will be your last meeting before, last regular meeting before we had the July 4th holiday. So I just wanted in advance to acknowledge the work that our staff is doing to help the sponsor, which is the Town of Corte Madero's Chamber of Commerce, to get things ready for the parade. I think it's gonna be a really wonderful event this year. Hope folks will come out. And then the other thing, the probably bigger news to announce is yesterday, the statement of qualifications were due for the library project at Rose Lane. And we received 9 proposals. So I want to thank Julian Skinner, your Public Works Director, and his team from Kitchell. They did a lot in the background to really promote what a great project this is going to be. And I think had we gotten half that number, we would have been excited. So to get 9 means we've cleared a big hurdle. We are on our way and pretty excited about that. So now comes the hard part. We got to vet 9 proposals, but I'd rather be in that position than vetting 1 or 2. So more to come, but that's a really exciting news for us. Turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you and congratulations. That is really good news. Okay, so any council member reports? Yep,
Unless
please.
somebody else wants to go. Just very briefly, and again, I want to thank everyone who's made such kind comments on the occasion of my departing council tonight. The council is not the only organization I've had to resign as a result of my move. So, for example, for the last year or so, I've served as the president and the treasurer of the Larkspur Chamber of Commerce. There is a provision currently in a standing provision in the bylaws for the chamber that an officer of the board of the Chamber of Commerce must reside in or have their principal place of business in the city of Larkspur. That's actually a very unusual provision relative to what other chambers require, but it is a provision that is in the bylaws for the Larkspur Chamber. So as a result of that, I had to resign from my position on the board of the Chamber of Commerce as well. I'm not sure exactly who is going to be taking over those positions. Audrey Shapiro, who is with the Bon Air Shopping Center operation, has been the vice president. I believe she will be taking on the role of president, but I can't really speak for the board at this point as to how other positions might be filled. Nor can I speak about the position of the board in terms of the status of the executive director, which has been a source of some considerable controversy. So I just wanted to mention that. Also, other organizations that have been briefly mentioned, MCE Clean Energy, although that was an organization that I was only a member of the board by virtue of my position on the city council. It was an organization that I devoted a lot of time and energy to. I appreciated the list of the different committees and activities that I did with the city of Larkspur. You could add a similar number to what I did with MCE Clean Energy over the years. So I was very proud of that position, but again, I didn't have to resign that position because I was automatically kicked off, I guess you would say, by virtue of my having to withdraw from city council. But it was a source of great pleasure and pride for me over the years, particularly over the last year where I served as the chairperson of the board's executive committee. So I want to wish them all luck as well and express my appreciation as I did at the last board meeting where they were very generous in reading off a similar proclamation on my behalf. And that's it.
Thank you, Kevin. Anyone else?
Just 2 things quickly, because since the last meeting, I attended the last of the Project Home Key Community Advisory Committee that I've served on for over a year now. Project Home Key is a permanent supportive housing project that will be on South Alicio, which will house 43 previously homeless individuals who are part of the coordinated entry program that the county has. And they will be welcoming residents by late summer, early fall. And now this community advisory group is going to be transitioning to a different type of group with all the stakeholders, and we'll be continuing to meet. But that year-long policy program is over at this point. And the second thing is just, I really want to give a shout out to a long-term Larkspur resident, Grace Hughes, who tonight is being honored for the Marin Community Clinic work that she has done for years at their summer solstice, and I can't attend because I'm here, where she's getting a Lifetime Achievement Award. And for those of you who don't know about the Marin Community Clinics, we do have one here on Bon Air Road in our community. But the Marin Community Clinic serves about 45,000 low-income residents of Marin County on healthcare, dental care, and psychiatric care from here, from all over to West Marin to Novato. And she has been a long-term supporter of that organization as being board president for many years. And tonight she's getting a Lifetime Achievement Award. So I just really want to give a little shout out to her about that. They opened the 2 clinics in Larkspur not too long ago, one across from this project, Home Key on South Alicio, which is the Susan and Dennis Gilardi Community Clinic, and the one on Bon Air Road, which is near Corbett's hardware store that primarily serves our low-income seniors in Larkspur and Green Bay. So that's it.
Great, thank you, Catherine. Kevin.
Only one meeting, was the Marin County Council members and Mayor's Homeless Committee. And we're still really in an information gathering process, and the next step will be presentation next month on some of the funding that's going to be coming out of this year's budget from the state. And so I'll probably have more to report on that later.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Candell.
I've got nothing to report today. Thanks.
Okay, and I'll also pass in the interest of time. So with that, we reach the last item on our special meeting, adjournment. And upon adjournment, we start our regular meeting. So let's adjourn and start the regular meeting. So welcome everybody to the regular meeting. It's 6:10 roughly. And Allison, could I get a roll call?
Still here.
Councilmember Haroff,
Here.
Councilmember Way.
Here.
Vice Mayor Candell,
I am here.
Mayor Paulson.
Here, then thank you, Allison.
I just want to note for the record, Mayor, that the council, as part of the special meeting, approved Councilmember Candell participating remotely under the Brown Act.
Okay, so noted. Thank you so much. Okay, and with that, we said the Pledge of Allegiance earlier, and let's move on then to item number 2, which are public comments. And, as a reminder, these are for items not listed on the agenda. So do we have anybody in the chamber who would like to make public comment at this time? Okay, seeing nobody. Allison, do we have anybody on Zoom?
I'm looking for any raised hands from our Zoom audience members. There's no public comment.
Okay, so then let's conclude that item and move on to presentations. And tonight we have no presentations. So that takes us to item number 4, which is public hearings. And we have 3 public hearings tonight. And the first will be the introduction and first reading of the ordinance amending our municipal code for ADUs and JADUs. And then we'll go to inclusionary housing requirements. And then, of course, rent stabilization and eviction protections is 4.3. So for 4.1, the introduction first reading for ADU, JADU, could we please get a staff report?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. The item before you is a proposed text amendment to the city's accessory dwelling unit regulations laid out in municipal code sections or chapter 18, sections 23 and 24. The state has continued to pass new legislation pertaining to the development of new ADUs and junior accessory dwelling units. And 2 of these new laws require the city to refine its existing ordinance. The first is Assembly Bill 2221, which precludes a jurisdiction from applying a front yard setback. When doing so would prevent a property owner from constructing an ADU. It also provides more information on when an ADU is proposed along with a garage and how a city should handle that application. The second one is Senate Bill 897, which increases the allowed height of an ADU or under a certain set of circumstances, which I will get into in just a moment. These new laws, as well as HCD guidance and the Planning Commission recommendations, have resulted in 5 changes to the existing ordinance. The first is the restricted areas section has been removed. The section barred ADUs in certain parts of the city due to safety concerns. HCD has made it clear to staff that without extensive studies in the area, they will not certify an ordinance with this section included. So while staff recommends this section be removed, the planning commission, when they did review this at their last regular meeting, they forwarded a recommendation to include this in the ordinance. Second is per that Senate Bill 897 that I had mentioned, the allowed maximum height of ADUs has been increased in certain situations. The previous height limit was 16 feet, pretty much anywhere. Now units can be built up to 18 feet if they are within half mile of a transit stop or on a lot with an existing multifamily, multi-story building. The height limit is further increased to 25 feet if you propose an ADU that is attached to a main home. Third, a section entitled statewide exemption ADUs has been added specifically to enumerate the requirements of state law, the government code section 65852.2 subsection E. This requires jurisdictions to ministerially approve ADUs in specific cases. This has been in effect since 2020. This has been the standard practice. So this is just being now specifically enumerated. And fourth, under certain circumstances now, ADUs can be sold separately from the main home. Usually has to do with it being constructed by a qualified nonprofit. And lastly, the two sections noted in this slide here, 18.20.050 and 18.35.050 are proposed to be added to the code. These sections would allow for an increase in lot coverage and floor area equivalent to the area of one ADU or JADU up to 800 square feet. So it tends sort of acts like a bonus or doesn't punish a property owner for constructing an ADU where otherwise it may affect what they could add on to their home in the future. So finally, staff recommends that the council hold a public hearing and introduce the draft ordinance by title only and include any suggested revisions or recommendations. This concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Alex. Any questions for Alex?
I do.
Yep.
Thank you, Alex. Could you further elaborate on how an ADU can be sold separate from if it's on the property? And it says here only if it's been constructed by a nonprofit. So can you give me an example of what that might be?
Yeah, I think this one is commonly referred to as like the Habitat for Humanity rule. So it's if they were to come in and I'm not familiar specifically with all of the requirements in this section. I can, of course, do a little more digging and get that for you. But if, for example, Habitat for Humanity were to come in and if, say, they owned a property and they wanted to construct a detached unit, this provision of state law would then allow them to sell it to a buyer.
Oh, so it wouldn't be like a property owner like me could put an ADU on the back on our property and sell it as a separate unit.
No, you have to meet a certain set of requirements. to
Okay,
do
that was just confusing to me on here. And then the last thing is, can you kind of further discuss why the planning commission recommended that this section be retained?
Sure. So there was lengthy discussion about that section. I think both the planning commission and staff realized that section is there to protect those residents that are already safety concerns and evacuation concerns. I believe that the crux of their point was there is a section included at the end that basically says, you know, where state law where this ordinance would conflict with state law would trump it. So they're relying on that as their ability to include it in the ordinance.
So the draft ordinance does include it.
The draft ordinance before you does not include it. It is included as an attachment. that you
Okay,
then
in case
could
we
read
want
into it. Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Any other questions?
I do.
Yes.
I believe you mentioned that in the discussions with HCD, they were asking that there had to be a study of the fire hazard and what are we talking about in the cost of a study of that kind?
Sure. So I don't have a number of the cost off the top of my head, unfortunately, but essentially it would be a study of the existing conditions in Madrone Canyon, for example, of you know, how many homes are there, how many residents are occupying those homes, how many vehicles are associated with those homes, and then what any potential new amount of ADUs or JADUs would add on to that, and then showing if the existing infrastructure could support those units and or if it could not support those units, and there is truly an impact to say, you know, the ability of the fire department to safely evacuate the area. The example that HCD provided when we discussed this with them was the Berkeley Hills. They had gone through and actually worked with UC Berkeley, I believe, to produce some studies saying, you know, there is an issue here, but it exists currently as an issue. There are safety concerns. So, you know, if the existing conditions say it's unsafe, they felt that they were in there, you know, perfectly justified to keep the restriction active. HCD returned to them and said, well, your study didn't include new ADUs, so we are not gonna rely on that. We're not gonna allow that to be used as evidence.
Okay. And currently, do we have any applications for ADUs in the Madrone County?
Not currently. Staff did send out a survey to all the residents in the area. One of the questions was, if you don't have an ADU, would you be interested in constructing one? We had, I think I just checked a few moments ago, we had 81 responses, and I believe, I think a little over 30 of them said they would be interested. One of the points that HCD did make clear to staff is this section here, the statewide exemption unit. In all cases, the city must approve these, even let's say if the city were to conduct these studies and come back to the state and say there is, you know, a valid reason for this restriction, state laws, the state will say you still have to allow these exempt units, which are 800 square feet less than 16 feet high. You know, so as long as they meet one of those 4 criteria, they must be approved.
Okay. Does the city manager have any ballpark estimate of what this might cost us to do a study?
I don't know that it's going to be an outrageous sum of money. I'm going to offer my very speculative city manager comments here, though. I have always felt that this is going to be a difficult argument to make to HCD, that if I buy an empty lot of land in Madrone Canyon, I can build a huge house, but I can't build an ADU. And I think even if we got past this first hurdle, we've got another big hurdle that they haven't even thrown at us.
Sorry. And that doesn't, not right now, it's not an issue. So we could react down the road if we got 30 applications.
Yeah, planning staff would know better than me. But
Okay.
my observation as the city manager has been the vast majority of ADUs seem to be attached ADUs. I think people are just sort of adding to the footprint of their existing home. To add an ADU or not, and I think that probably makes sense if you sort of start looking out across Larkspur's lots. There's just not a lot of space to do a detached one. So again, I think they're personally having a hard time with why, if I already have a house in Madrone Canyon, I can't add, or any other high fire area, I can't add 800 square feet to add that ADU attached unit. So.
Well, my only concern is that, I mean, we do want to encourage ADUs for our housing numbers, but at the same time, I'm very aware of the safety factor of those narrow roads up there. And so would there be enough time if it became a problem in the future, would we have enough time to react?
I think if the chief were here, he would probably say something effective. It's already difficult in the most of the neighborhoods in question. And we already have concerns. So we may end up in the same discussion that Berkeley had with HCD, which is it's already a mess. What's the problem?
Okay, all right, that
Trying to balance my diplomacy and cynicism here, so.
yeah, I get it. It's a tough act, so am I. Okay, and then I wanted to thank the staff for the map that was added to the packet. I assume that'll be in the public agenda packet too, that shows the areas that are impacted by the fire hazard area and the bus stop, major commute route extensions. And so I recommend people, if you're concerned about these issues, to look at that map that was added to the packet, because it's very enlightening to actually see what areas we're talking about. So I want to thank the staff for that quick response for doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. And any other comments, Vice Mayor or Councilmember Haroff? Okay, so let's take public comment. Does anybody want to step on up to the mic and tell us where you live? Come on up, James.
James Holmes, Larkspur. I would like to speak in support of the Planning Commission's recommendation to retain the exclusions, the ADU exclusions in safety areas. I will provide the same information that I did provide to the Planning Commission and which entered into their consideration, I believe. There is absolutely no legal basis where the housing agency staff demand that elaborate studies supporting the safety exception for ADUs be provided. No legal basis at all. The applicable code section, and I can give you the citations if you want, they're long. It specifically says that local designation of areas may be based on the impact of ADUs on traffic and public safety. The statute contains no requirements for those designations and how to support them or studies, let alone studies. And this indicates the legislative intent that there should be substantial discretion left to the cities in this case. There are no regulations, government code regulations requiring elaborate studies. However, the government code does exempt the housing agency from the requirements for promulgating regulations under the Administrative Procedure Act. However, it does allow guidelines. It allows the housing agency to provide guidelines. And this is critical, the housing agency has not promulgated any guidelines either that require studies. It does have a handbook, and that handbook says, and again, I could give you the citation there. It says, any limitations should be accompanied by detailed findings of fact explaining why the ADU limitations are required and consistent with these factors. That is the factors, safety and traffic. So what we're dealing with here is strictly government agency, bureaucratic, well, I would say it bullying, but we'll call it jawboning. And I really think that we should not, I mean, the statutes are onerous enough, but I really don't think we should back off in response to completely non-statutory jawboning. I would say that there is a provision in the government code that says the agency can comment, and then the locality can either take into account the comments or can reenact them without the comments. And I do think that probably we should beef up substantially our findings in our resolution in accordance with the handbook, but I don't think we should succumb to this kind of completely non-statutory bullying. I would point out there is a substantial impact or potential for ADUs in Madrone. Just in one area I'm familiar with, the corner of Madrone and Orange, there are 4 houses on either side of the street, and all of them could accommodate ADUs because they have lower floors with outside doors. So there's a substantial possibility for them, and there's absolutely no statutory basis or regulatory basis or handbook basis for this demand that the housing agency is making. And I think while we should consider what they have in writing, we shouldn't be bullied by something that has absolutely no regulatory basis whatsoever. And it's just jawboning. We should keep in mind that the housing agency really are YIMBY activists. They aren't neutral adjudicators.
Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comment? Alison, do we have anybody on Zoom?
Looking for any raised hands from our Zoom audience members? There's no public comment.
Okay, thank you. So I'll bring it back to the council. And again, the action requested was for the city council to hold a public hearing and consider the proposed amendments. So with that, I guess we can schedule that public hearing at a later time and move on to the next item.
So are we gonna keep the planning commission's recommendation? I thought this.
I'm sorry, are you, you have the option of introducing and waiving first reading on this ordinance. That's,
Yeah,
so I think that would be the question for the council, if that's the action you want to take tonight.
yeah. And I'm sorry, I did skip over the point that was made. So I don't know if the council has any thoughts about, the
I'm just curious what the cost of doing a study, if that's what HCD is asking for. But I don't see a need to hold this up. It's just if we're going to include the planning commission's recommendation, I would like to know the financial cost and the possible legal cost of a challenge before making that decision. And so could this be amended down the road if we accept it without the planning commission's?
I think if what you want to do is pursue potentially retaining the authority to prohibit ADUs, and you should include the planning commission's language. Send it up to HCD. It will be rejected. In the meantime, we can do our best to commission a study.
Or just a request for proposals, how much, I just want to know how much it's going to cost, because if it's going to cost $200,000, then I'm going to think twice about it. If I'm going to pick a battle, I'm going to lose. I don't want to spend that kind of money. But if it was something,
I think the issue that I defer to Alex to explain is the consequence of submitting something we know is not going to
be
get approved. So I'm going to turn it to Alex for that.
Yes, like Dan mentioned, you could produce the ordinance and include the planning commission's language. It would be sent to HCD. They would send it back to staff and say, this needs to be removed. You're not in compliance. And that's where we get into the legal costs associated, that part of Councilmember Carroll's remarks.
okay.
But to be clear, there's extensive wildland fire mitigation studies of vegetation that have gone on throughout the county, and they are run now by the Marine Wildfire Protection Authority. There's been a brand new one that was just submitted that has mapped every pretty square foot of Marin County. So those studies have been done. I don't think we need to elicit a brand new one, because the agency that's the countywide agency that's looking at fire and wildland and vegetation management has already done those studies. So those are available. I don't think we need to have an independent one, because it's essentially already been completed. So
You're a lot more experienced on
Yeah,
that aspect of it. So what's your recommendation as far as whether or not we should include the planning commission?
Well, I hear their point about the concern for wildfire mitigation. I think we are once again in a situation that Alex has described to us, in which the rules are being written for us in many ways. And they'll reject it, and we'll be faced. I mean, we could try to do what Mr. Holmes is suggesting, but it sounds like from the experience of our staff is that we'll know that by not checking off the boxes that are expected, it'll come back to us and we'll be forced to. So.
And if the fire department and the planning staff feel that it becomes an issue in the future, would we have time to react?
I guess the question framed another way for Alex and perhaps for Mr. Woodruff is, could they adopt the ordinance as is, commission the study, and then amend the ordinance? I see a nodding head behind you.
Yeah, and I also want to add, I think we have a pretty good record at this point of understanding that 500 ADUs are not going to be built in a single year. If staff notes a meaningful increase in applications for ADUs in the areas that have previously been identified as difficult to access by firefighters during a wildfire event, we could conduct a study, bring forward amendments, submit it to HCD and see what their reaction is, or some variation on that. Point being, it takes quite a while to design an ADU, submit the application, generate the financing, and start construction. I believe that some ADUs would get built in these areas before we could complete that process, but it will not be a significant number before we've at least had an opportunity to prepare the study and hear from HCD about whether or not they think it's adequate. So I do think the scope of the potential impact on overall public safety would be minimal before we'd have an opportunity to get before HCD with a study to get their reaction.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Any other comments or thoughts?
I think it looks good the way it's been submitted to us. This is just a first reading, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have any changes.
Okay, so
Do we need a motion to make the introduction? If that's the
Yeah.
case, I'd be happy to move the introduction and for waiving the first reading of ordinance 1066, amending Larkspur Municipal Code chapters 18.23 accessory dwelling units and 18.24 junior accessory dwelling units. And to be clear that the motion would not include the planning commission recommended alternative language.
I'll second.
Great.
okay, can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Carroll,
Yes.
Councilmember Haroff,
Yes.
Councilmember White.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kendall,
Yes.
Mayor Paulson.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, we'll take as direction that we should return as soon as possible, ideally your next regular meeting, to give you at least a sense of what study would cost, scope would be, so that we can figure out if that's a path we want to be on for potentially adding this language later.
Okay, appreciate it. Okay, so, yeah, thank you, Alex. Okay, so then let's move on to item 4.2, which is the inclusionary housing requirements and commercial linkage fee. We have several items on that. Could we please get a staff report?
Thank you. This is an item that was, the ordinance was introduced at the last meeting, but the resolutions have not been considered yet. And this evening, we're asking you to adopt the one resolution that accepts the commercial linkage fee study, and then adopt the ordinance that was introduced at the last meeting. And then third, to adopt the resolution that establishes a new in lieu fee and a new commercial linkage fee. And I wanted to start off with just reminding the council that in this next 8-year housing element cycle, the city does need to plan for about 600 units of affordable housing. And that's one of the reasons that we look at inclusionary housing policies. And inclusionary zoning is a method where market rate housing developers are requested to set aside a certain number of units for affordable housing. And the state law does require the city to provide alternatives to creating those affordable units, including payment of an in lieu fee, creating units offsite, or dedicating land for affordable housing, or other methods that a city might think of. And the current general plan housing element does have policies to try to create affordable units, as well as to seek funding to develop affordable housing. And so the city, working with 5 other jurisdictions, the county city, it's us and the county and 6 cities in Marin County have partnered together using SB2 grant funds to get new studies for the in lieu housing fee, and also a study for a commercial linkage fee. And the county retained Strategic Economics and Bernaz of Wolf and Associates to prepare this study, and also do a public engagement strategy that involved discussing the proposed or the issues with inclusionary housing and in lieu fees and the commercial linkage fees with market rate housing developers, affordable housing developers, and commercial developers. And they collected feedback from other stakeholders and also all of our participating jurisdictions. And the hope was to develop a consistent policy between as many jurisdictions as possible so that developers don't have as much struggle with the various policies and that are different in all the jurisdictions currently. And also some of our fees are out of date. And then to the city's benefit, developers also wouldn't be shopping for jurisdictions that have lower fees or lower standards, and we're all on an even playing field. The proposed requirements, or first, the current requirements the city has for rental units is that 50, depending on the size of the project, 15 to 20% of the proposed units have to be affordable to very low income and low income tenants. What's being proposed, and this again, this was after discussions with these jurisdictions, a consensus that was agreed upon, is to lower the thresholds that it would apply to some jurisdictions are going for 1 unit. We're recommending 2 to 10 units would have, or it's a 20% requirement across the board, but for smaller projects, it's 10% very low income and also a 10% in lieu fee, but the developer has an option to go to 15% low income with the 5% in lieu fee. And then for larger projects, the percentage of affordable units and very low income units and moderate income units changes, as well as there's still options for payment of a slight or a certain percentage as an in lieu fee instead of developing the housing requirements. So for rental projects, the requirements are usually lower for, or they provide for more affordable housing as opposed to requirements for moderate income housing, because it's easier for the developers of apartment projects and rental projects to create the lower income units, whereas with for sale projects, it's hard to find buyers in the very low income and low income categories. So the current city requirement for sale units is also 15 to 20%, with it being evenly divided between low income units and moderate income units. And what's being proposed is just a 20% requirement, again, starting at 2 units, and the percentages change slightly. So there's more, or it's a different mix of low and moderate income units. The city's current fee for in lieu, so in order to pay in lieu of providing the housing, the city established a fee in 2007 that has an automatic adjustment every year. So in 2007, it was set at about $340,000 per unit. That fee is now increased to almost $560,000 per unit for market rate projects, and then for rental projects, it's at about $350,000. The study that was commissioned came up with a recommendation, like a maximum recommendation fee of what's shown here on the screen. So about $377,000 for single family projects and as high as $422,000 for rental projects. However, most of the jurisdictions that were participating felt that just having a single fee would just be easier to implement, easier for developers to understand, easier to convey to people. And so the agreed upon number, at least to recommend to jurisdictions to consider, was $362,000 per unit. And that's the same for ownership units as well as for rental units. And the point has been brought up that the city has historically preferred the units to be constructed rather than a fee to be paid, because we don't have a lot of land to construct units. But we can't have a fee that's not justified by a study. So if we have a fee that's $560,000, it may be seen as something that's actually discouraging housing development if the owners don't wish to construct the affordable units and also can't afford to pay the inclusionary fee. The other disadvantage to having a higher fee too is again, developers shopping for jurisdictions, and if our neighboring jurisdictions have lower fees, they may get projects where we wouldn't be able to have those housing units developed in our city. The other piece that you're considering tonight would be a new commercial linkage fee. And this fee, I think through maybe 3 jurisdictions in Marin County already have this fee. And since we started this project, San Anselmo and Corte Madera have also adopted a commercial linkage fee. And the purpose of this fee is essentially, it looks at employment and wages, and new development in the city creates jobs, and those jobs may not be able to afford housing in the city. So it's trying to address the units that are needed to support the lower wage employees of the new commercial developments. So that fee came up with recommendations too, but they're really high, and they're not recommended by the consultants that were retained, as there was as much as $331 a square foot for offices and $601 for retail and restaurants. And so the proposed fees are significantly lower than that. In the city of Larkspur, this isn't going to generate a lot of funds based on our existing development trends. I think the only new construction that we've had for some time was about 1,800 square feet across the street for that mixed use project where the new housing was built, which would have only resulted in about $15,000 based on the fees that are being recommended tonight. There would be more opportunity for generating fees, possibly in the Larkspur landing area if some larger projects come there, especially the sewer agency site and any of the other sites there if they were to redevelop and increase their square footage. But this wouldn't, staff's not anticipating this would generate a lot of funding, but it is some funding, and there's always use for some funding when we're trying to fund affordable housing projects. So what's recommended is $10 a square foot for office, $8 to $10 for retail and restaurant, $5 per square foot for hotels, and then there's an Excel spreadsheet that would calculate the square foot cost for other uses. So again, tonight we're requesting that you adopt the resolution that adopts the commercial linkage fee study, and then adopt the ordinance which establishes the new thresholds for inclusionary housing, and then adopt a resolution that sets the new in lieu housing fee as well as the commercial linkage fee. And that concludes my staff report unless you have any questions for me.
Great, thank you, Elise. Any questions for Elise?
Elise, I might have missed it because I was busy reading, but could you tell me once again who the jurisdictions, the collaborative jurisdictions are? You mentioned San Anselmo and Corte Madera for the third part, but
Okay. County of Marin, San Rafael, San Anselmo, Corte Madera, Larkspur, Fairfax, and Sausalito.
okay. So significant portion of our neighbors.
Yeah, and then the ones that have already considered it, San Anselmo has adopted everything that you're considering tonight. Corte Madera has adopted everything except for they actually adopted lower fees in the range of like 200 to 290,000. And then the County of Marin adopted the same fee that's being proposed tonight for in lieu housing. City of San Rafael adopted the inclusionary housing fee portion of it, but they're still considering the commercial fee.
Okay.
And they haven't yet considered the policies yet. And then a couple of the jurisdictions haven't yet considered changing their ordinances.
Okay. And they did that within the last year, or?
Some of them within the last, what Corte Madera was within the last year, and the other ones have just recently
Okay.
considered it.
So we don't really know. I mean, we're not really sure what the impact is quite yet for those.
Right.
Yeah. And really policy wise, it's to encourage the development rather than pay the fees. I mean, the policy point is that we need more housing and we need more low income and very low income housing. So it's really to not accept the fees as the priority, but to encourage the development of those projects.
That's true. And the Planning Commission did want to retain as much of that language in our ordinance as possible. The sort of model that the other jurisdictions are considering don't have that language.
Okay, good.
But the cities retain that, so we would be encouraging people to develop the housing and they always have the option of doing the in lieu fee as it's drafted, but they'd have to go through that extra step of going to the city council to request it. So there's other things that encourage someone to build the housing.
Great. I think that's really important because we've been spending a long time talking about our lack of housing, and we need to have collaborative building opportunities that encourage more and diversity in housing stock. So I like that we're retaining that. Okay, thanks. That's my only question.
Hey, other questions?
Mr. Mayor, I do, if nobody else does.
Yeah, please.
Could I ask about the project size threshold? My understanding is it was 5 units. The staff is recommending it to be 2 units. Could you explain if somebody wanted to build like a duplex, how that would work?
So if it was a duplex, they would just be, there would be a requirement for 20% affordable. And so they would pay 20% of the inclusionary housing fee. Or they could build, for example, like a second unit or 2 second units to meet the requirement. But they would just be paying a percentage of the in lieu fee if it's a smaller project.
So in a sense, if somebody wanted to build a duplex, if we pass this as recommended and somebody wanted to build a duplex, they would basically pay a fine of 20% of the fee if they want to do it and not have one of those 2 units be low income housing. Is that accurate?
That's, well, correct, but they do have the option of adding, for example, a second unit. So they have, or they could build the housing still to meet the requirement. They have the option of, and for the smaller projects, they're allowed to do market rate units. So for example, if they did a second unit, there doesn't have to be a deed restriction requirement. They could just have an additional unit in their project.
So yes, that's I'm sorry if I'm just a little confused by that. So when you say they could have a market rate unit, so if somebody builds a duplex, they live in one unit, can the other unit be market rate, or would they get fined 20? Oh, they could.
But then they would also, in order to, so they either have to meet the inclusionary requirement by paying their proportion, like their fractional unit fee, or by building, for example, a second unit to comply. So they could have a duplex and a second unit, and there could be 2 rental housing units on the site, or they could pay the proportion of the 20% of the inclusionary housing fee.
Okay, and can I ask, it says the current threshold is 5 units. Staff is recommending going down to 2. Can I ask why you're recommending reducing it to 2?
So a lot of the jurisdictions agree to the lower threshold because those are the only units that are being constructed are smaller housing projects. So at the thresholds of 5 and up, we aren't seeing much inclusionary housing being developed. And also sometimes developers will reduce the project size to avoid the inclusionary requirement. I don't think the project that was across the street started off as 7 units and was like whittled down to 4. So I don't think it was intentional that they avoided the requirement, but in the end, they ended up with 4 market rate units and no contribution to affordable housing. And it's also a belief, and I don't think this particular study supports it, but there've been other studies that the new units in Marin County do generate new jobs in terms of gardeners and house cleaners and childcare teachers, and there's still a need for affordable housing that's created by smaller market rate development.
Did staff consider that, given the current situation, if somebody reduces from 7 units to 4 because of the current situation, which costs us 3 units, that lowering the threshold may cause somebody to go from 4 to 1 unit or 3 units to 1 unit to avoid it the same way? I mean, aren't we taking the risk that we're going to end up discouraging housing being built because we're, in essence, finding people who are building housing?
I mean, definitely it's that's what the study's for, is to measure whether or not the penalty or the fine, as you call it, is something that would preclude housing development. I think because none of us have thresholds that are that low, although the county, I think the county of Marin does have a fee on single family home development. We don't know we don't know how it will play out, but the studies support that they would still be able to make money on their development.
Thanks for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Okay, Kevin.
You said San Rafael was hesitating on the commercial linkage fee. What's the basis for their hesitation? Is it because
I don't know that they're hesitating, they just haven't discussed it yet.
they haven't?
So they adopted the residential fee, but they haven't heard, or they haven't had a public hearing to talk about the commercial linkage fee yet. It might be reduced. I don't know what their numbers are. Some of them.
What I'm trying to get at is, do we have numbers of what our vacancy rate is right now in our commercial properties, both retail and office, et cetera?
We do have some vacancies, but I don't find them significant. And this only applies to new construction.
Right.
So
Well, but
you're just saying
nobody's
there's
gonna
no-
build new if there's
Yeah.
already, cheaper to rent something already there.
it's true. And it's not, this is one piece that I don't think is critical for the city to adopt because of our low rate of commercial development at the moment, like a historical rate. However, it's nice to have it in place in the event that more development does come down the line. And it's, like I said, just good to have another source of fees for affordable housing development.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I just had a couple of questions. Maybe you can just remind me on item 2, the commercial linkage fee nexus study. How much is that going to cost?
So nothing, it's all been paid for by.
Oh,
grants.
okay.
So it's all, the grants have paid for all the costs associated with this
Okay.
project.
Okay. All right. So let's go to the public. Any comments in the chamber? Okay, seeing none, you can go to Zoom. Allison, do we have anybody on Zoom?
I'm looking for any raised hands from our Zoom audience members. There's no public comment.
Okay, well, then let's come back and we've been asked to look at 3 different actions. So perhaps we can do them separately. So the first one was to adopt the proposed ordinance, and that's our attachment 1.
Actually, the first one is to adopt the resolution adopting the commercial linkage fee study. And I pointed out only because there's just a technical issue with the way that the state law was amended, that it requires the fee study to be adopted before any other actions are taken.
So that's this one.
Okay, and that's a draft resolution, right?
That is resolution 4223.
Okay,
So I'll move adoption of resolution 4223, adopting the commercial linkage fee study.
No second.
can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Carroll,
Yes.
Councilmember Haroff,
Yes.
Councilmember Way.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kendall,
Yes.
Mayor Paulson.
Yes. Okay, so then let's move to the next, which I believe then is adopting the proposed ordinance.
Yeah. So I'll move adoption of ordinance 1065 and ordinance the city, did you?
No, I didn't mean to
Oh.
interrupt you. Go ahead.
City Council adopting amendments to Title 3 and Title 18 of the Larkspur Municipal Code to add new chapters 3.32, commercial linkage fee, and amend chapter 18.25, affordable housing fund and inclusionary in lieu fee requirements.
And I have a question. Is this the one that includes the project size threshold?
Yes.
Okay, can I ask that we have a brief discussion on this before we vote on it?
Would you like to withdraw your motion?
Can I table my motion? Just so I don't have to read that again.
You can leave the motion on the.
I'll leave the
table.
motion on the table. So for further discussion.
Go ahead, Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when we're discussing housing, which we've been discussing for probably the past year, the biggest challenge that we have had is the supply of housing. And being a believer in the free market, my concern is that if you disincentivize builders, they're just not going to build here. There are so many jurisdictions in the state, in the country, that where people can, people who want to make money building houses can go, that I just think we're going to see less housing developed. So the story that I heard was that there was a developer who wanted to do 7 units, and because of the regulations, they reduced it to 4. And the result was we had 3 less units being built, which I think hurts us. And my concern is if we lower that number even further, we're going to stop, people are going to stop building 4plexes and 3plexes and duplexes, and they're just going to take they're going to build in other places. And I think that's going to hurt us as a community. And we want to encourage construction of housing. And for that reason, I would suggest that we do not take the staff recommendation and reduce the threshold from 5 units to 2 units before this kicks in. And I'm happy to discuss it if people have different feelings. I mean, I just know, we're talking about, with the whole rent stabilization, it's come out, the biggest problem that we have is housing supply. And that's, I don't want to give developers reasons not to develop housing in our community.
So I understood it to be the reverse. So maybe just correct me, at least if am I wrong, that if we lower it, it's actually more encouraging, because then that provides more opportunities for people, for development of more units that are smaller rather than 1 unit that's larger. So that's how I understood it to be. Did I have that?
I guess that's one way to look at it. And also because there's the out of building a second unit, all the projects that would be 4 units or smaller would have some incentive to put in an additional unit, and it could be a small unit.
I get your point, Scott. For some reason, I saw it as a little bit of the reverse, that by lowering the threshold, we were actually going to encourage more opportunity for building.
Right, but if you look at the example that was given, which I think, is probably fairly typical, somebody wants to do 7 units, you could, using that logic, you could say, well, then they're encouraged to do an 8th unit because then they'll, meet the threshold and you have an extra unit. But in reality, that's not what happened. What happened is they built less units so they wouldn't have to either pay the penalty or build a non-profitable unit. And it caused them to do less units. So my concern is that's just going to multiply if we lower that number. But again, that's just my opinion.
That may have been an aberration, though, that example.
Well, I guess I wasn't citing as an example of someone not building because of our inclusionary units. That project actually wanted to build 7 units, and they were pared down due to the design review process and parking requirements. So it was our city's design review process that took that one down to 4. It wasn't the inclusionary housing.
Okay. I'm just coming from an economics, viewpoint, and supply and demand, and what is going to encourage people to build housing in our community. I'm just concerned there's going to be a disincentive for developers to do projects in our community if we lower the threshold to 2. I think again, just my opinion, but that's what I'm talking about.
And I'm wondering, at least like in, putting this report together, do we have enough evidence, in any of the studies to show that that's the case, or, what is actually incentivizing, in our jurisdiction or in Marin?
So the report looks at the whole county, or it's made for the county as a whole. And the consultants in the report specifically recommend lowering our threshold to a lower number so that we could get more inclusionary housing and fees.
Okay.
So they felt that the data supported doing it. They wouldn't have made that recommendation if they saw something that indicated it was discouraging.
Okay,
So again, this example that Scott is bringing up from that data might be more of an exception than the rule.
No, I mean, because the market prices are so high, sorry if this is echoing, specifically in Southern Marin, it's not a big, they didn't find it as a big burden on developers to either build the unit or pay the fee.
Okay,
I interpreted, I think, the same way that Catherine did, and so I would like to second her motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Carroll,
Yes,
Councilmember Haroff,
Yes.
Councilmember Way.
yes,
Vice Mayor Kendall,
No,
Mayor Paulson.
Yes. Okay, so then, so that leaves us with the, I think the last action requested here is to adopt the draft resolution establishing affordable housing in lieu fees and non-residential commercial linkage fees.
so I guess I'm on a roll and want me to do that one too.
Okay.
Adopt resolution 43/23 amending the inclusionary housing in lieu fees and adopting a non-residential linkage fees in the city schedule of user and regulatory fees.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Carroll,
Yes,
Councilmember Haroff,
Yes.
Councilmember Way.
Yes,
Vice Mayor Kendall,
yes,
Mayor Paulson.
Yes. That passed unanimously. Okay, so I believe that concludes item 4.2. Is there anything else? Elise, thank you so much. And thanks for the discussion. And so we can now move to 4.3, the public hearing on rent stabilization and eviction protections. So I don't know if the city manager, if you want to kind of refresh our memory where we were and where we're going.
Yeah, so a brief overview for the council and the public after launching your process to learn about rent stabilization and eviction protections, which you started back in August of 2022. And you explored with committees, you explored through workshops, you explored through public meetings at the council. You asked that we transition to a public hearing process and move toward having ordinances in front of the council. And this is the third public hearing since we transitioned to that process. And for the first time, based on the direction you gave us at your last meeting, we were able to put those into the format of an ordinance. So this evening, for the first time, you have a fully structured ordinance that you can consider. I acknowledge, though, that individual members of the council have at different times made inquiries about parts of other rent stabilization ordinances that you've reviewed that are not present here, and you may still want to bring some of those up and discuss whether you want to add them to this draft. But this at least is a draft in a form for both of these topics that you could consider introducing if you so desire. Very briefly, if you look in the staff report on page 2 at the bottom, you get 4 bullet points that summarize what I think are the key points that the council coalesced around that we incorporated into this draft. So the first was that the council indicated that the draft ordinance should establish that in any 12-month period, the rent may not be increased by more than 5%. Plus a consumer price index or 7%, whichever is lower. Another key element here is that we've established a process for landlords to petition for a fair and reasonable rate of return that would allow them to exceed the local rent increase ceiling or the cap. And the council wanted there to be a review process that culminated with a rent review board. And so this ordinance includes a provision for there to be a board. We also, through this ordinance, are clearly establishing that there will be a fee to operate your units under this ordinance, and the fee will be applied to manage a rental registry, which we would bring to you administratively for approval at a subsequent date. As we've said before, a lot of the rent stabilization ordinance we crafted after reviewing the city of Oxnard because we felt that there was a lot of effort on the part of Oxnard among all the ones we reviewed to take the premise of the Tenant Protection Act and make it a local ordinance. And that was something that we thought for simplicity's sake was a clear path to a draft ordinance. And that's what you have in front of you this evening. We had decided to take a similar tact in how we looked at eviction protections. And so of all the ordinances we've reviewed, and it's been many, a lot of the basic framework and tenets of this ordinance are built around what the city of Oxnard has in place. Some key provisions that are present based on the direction that the council gave us with respect to no fault just cause evictions, the language in this ordinance would provide that there would be relocation assistance paid of 3 months rent or $5,000, whichever is greater. And then also it states that should circumstances dictate that the landlord chooses to do a justified no fault just cause eviction, and then those circumstances change within the first 12 months and the landlord wants to lease the unit again, must first offer first right to rent to the previous occupant who was subject to the eviction. So those are the premises in here. This hearing, the way you structured it from your last meeting, Mr. Mayor, you can take up discussion and deliberation among yourselves now, and you can then take a public comment after that if you so choose. But that's an option that you have available based on the way you ended the last meeting. I want to also note for the benefit of the public, if you looked at our original staff report, we hadn't quite finished our recitals. So on the website, we published the versions of the ordinances that have the recitals. They're separate bullet points on the agenda posting, but they are there. Council's received quite a bit of comment on the ordinances since they were published. So certainly I'll want to take that into account through this public hearing process. Want to acknowledge Mr. Woodruff and his team over at Myers-Nave because I think we've had to burn some midnight oil last week to make sure that these were ready to go. So with that, Mr. Mayor, the floor is the council's to take this conversation where you will.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I again wanted to thank staff. It's been a long haul and we wanted to get to some kind of closure, given how much time we spent and also with Councilmember Haroff, ending his tenure here at the end of the month. So we have the two ordinances separately posted, the rent stabilization, the just cause. We had worked through, the items one by one on each and had kind of left off at the last hearing some of the last things like definition of what substantial remodel is and a few other things. My proposal here for the council is that we proceed as we had before. Some time has passed since our last meeting and we could each check in. I'd like to be as efficient as possible here tonight. These meetings usually run long and there is a lot of public comments. So I'd like to get to that and have a 2-minute time limit. So with that, why don't we start as we have before. I don't assume that there's much more that the council will say, but I could be wrong. So if we just go around and given that the intention was to start where we had no agreement on how to move forward. And then we agreed as a council to put some ordinance together. And now we've put some terms together. And for the first time, the community has something to look at and make public comment on, specifics, not, a general conversation about rent stabilization and just cause. So there is specificity here. And so I'll invite any council member to make some comments before we go to public comment.
Who wants to start?
Would you like me to start?
Well,
You pick.
Go ahead.
It's fine. Kevin, why don't you go first?
I just wanted to thank and commend staff and our city attorney and his colleagues for the hard work that they put in throughout an extended period of time, addressing the many issues that have to be taken into account in connection with these ordinances. I think the draft ordinances that have been put before us tonight, in particular the rent stabilization ordinance, Although we've had some disagreements about on the council and probably within the public about certain elements of that. I think that the draft does pretty accurately capture the way the conversation has come out in the most recent meetings. So I want to just recognize that and again extend my my thanks for the hard work that went into preparing these for tonight's consideration.
Thank you, Councilmember Haroff. I think Councilmember Kendall, you want to go next, and then Carol?
Sure. Thank you, staff as well. A couple of questions I had. The first was, I know we have the rental registry in here. I'm curious, I'm concerned about the rental registry because I'm concerned that the cost is just going to be passed on to tenants. And my fear is that, by trying to help tenants, we're going to end up, raising rents, which is going to end up hurting tenants. So my question for staff is, can we do this without a rental registry, or is that kind of a requirement?
I think the rental registry is a critical component for monitoring and documenting the rental increases and ensuring that they're below the threshold that the council establishes for a rent increase, or that there was a proper petition or application to exceed the increase. And I think the only way for the city to be able to do that is to track the rents on an annual basis.
Would it be possible? I mean, hypothetically, if we did not have a rental registry and, if somebody complained that, hey, the landlord raised my rent more than the allowable amount, that we could look into it. I mean, it seems like an awful lot of money and resources that we're going to be spending trying to keep track of this rental registry when I don't know how often it's really going to be needed and why we wouldn't be able to do it on a one-off basis. I mean, is that possible? Is it possible not to have a rental registry? And if somebody complains if someone comes to the city and say, hey, my rent was raised more than this, then we get the records and we look at it instead of keeping the records of every single renter and every, single property owner that's renting space just in case there's a problem.
I probably want a little time to explore that, Vice Mayor Kendall, because I haven't seen a city that doesn't have a rental registry with a rent stabilization ordinance. So I'd need some time. I'd want to confer with the city attorney, and I'm not sure I'm prepared to give you an answer. Okay, fair. And then I'm sorry, I had one other question, which was the 12 right to return. I think in the ordinance, it says you have a right to return at the same rent that you were paying prior to when you were there last. And I guess the question I have is, if there are significant upgrades, whether they're required by the state or the city, or just the property owner is doing upgrades for substantial amounts of money, how is the property owner supposed to recoup that? And if they can't, isn't that a disincentive for property owners to maintain the properties? So let's take those separately. So one reason I think staff recommended, and I saw generally consensus at the last meeting about the 12-month period, because I know there are folks that advocate for a much longer period, is that I think the 12-month period is sufficiently short that the investment that a landlord might be making in their property during that period, they're going to get the property back out on market not that long after they may have finished making those investments. So that's sort of why I think it's not necessarily a disincentive, because the 12-month period is sufficiently low where the landlord to still feel that they can absorb whatever period the unit's off the market. The other part of your question, the landlord could then, if they wanted to go back on the market and they needed to offer it to the previous tenant at the rent the tenant was paying, they then could file an application with the city to exceed the rent cap to recoup their investment. So that's that's essentially saying, but for the fact that you had evicted this person, you would have probably gone through this process. And so that's
Again-
why you would approach it that way.
So I just want to follow up and make sure I'm understanding it. So, you have somebody who has to, put in, fix 10 decks hypothetically, and it's going to cost you, I don't know how much, $100,000 we'll say for a deck. So they're $1 million in to get these properties up. They then have to lease it back to the old tenants at the same price it was at. The process to try to recoup that would be to say, hey, retroactively, we had to spend this money and now we'd like to get it back. Because, my understanding is in general, you want to proactively say, hey, we're thinking about doing this. Would I be able to, increase the rent to get reimbursed for it? You're saying it's okay to do it retroactively once it's done and say, hey, now I want to raise the rent more than 10% over the next 5 years if I have to, in order to recuperate the money that I had to spend, upgrading the unit. Is that accurate?
Except for you said over 10%, which is the state limit. So you can't
Over
go
the 7%.
10%. It would be over whatever threshold the council established. This ordinance would establish 5% plus CPI or 7%, whichever is lower. So that would be if the landlord determined that they needed to have more rent than that, they could come in and apply for it, but their limit would be 10% because that's the state law. I think we talked about that at the last meeting. You're sort of regulating the delta between whatever local threshold you establish and the state threshold.
Okay. Thank you for answering this. I appreciate it.
Okay.
I have a few, just to.
I think,
oh,
go ahead.
sorry.
I thought Kevin was next, but
Oh,
either way,
Sorry, well, Scott and I are on subcommittee B, so
Okay. go for it.
we've been sort of in this discussion. Can I just return to the rental registry question? It's not voluntary. Is that in the ordinance? It would be a requirement of any property owner who's renting within our jurisdiction.
Right,
Okay.
that's correct.
And I didn't see what would be a penalty if they didn't register, or we haven't done that.
Yeah, we would bring that as the next step to fully
Yeah.
flesh out and establish the registry. A lot of our current ordinances, non-compliance is requirement for double payment. So I wouldn't be shocked if staff's recommendation is along those lines. And the city would have legal recourse for failure to comply with the law.
And in reviewing rental registries, it looks like the fee for the rental registry is going to come from the property owners. Are there,
We've discussed before
Yeah.
that, yes, that's correct, but some cities do allow a portion of the fee to be passed on to the tenant. That nuance gets significant if we start to get into a question of whether that pass along is separate from a rent increase. And we haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah.
That would be part of, one reason we propose this ordinance is because it allows a lot of that decision-making to be transferred to the staff so that we can build a program that we would show you when we went live with it, rather than trying to prescribe everything into the ordinance. I think that's actually one of the stronger points of this approach, is it leaves quite a bit to be prescribed administratively or through resolution, and less in the ordinance, which hardens it and makes it a little more challenging to change.
there was some public comment also about right to return not being standard practice within the rental, right to return not being standard practice within a rental landlord relationship in California. Do you have any comment about that? Is this unusual for us to have a right of return?
It is very common to see right of return in a rent stabilization ordinance. It is not present in the Tenant Protection Act. So
Right.
my answer would be, I can't answer that other than to say, I've reviewed a lot of rent stabilization ordinances in the last 10 months. And it's very common to see that provision. The length of time varies quite a bit. But it is notable that it's not present in state law.
And do we know why it wasn't included in 1482, the right of return? Because that seems, I don't know the history as to why it was.
I can only speculate that that legislation was the product of significant negotiation by all parties. And I'm guessing that was probably not something that all parties could coalesce around.
That's kind of the synopsis of this kind of legislation, that it's very hard to get everybody to coalesce around it. All right, well, I'd like to hear some more of the responses that Kevin might have.
Sure. Good.
I'm a little bit baffled. But first off, I want to thank staff. And Sky, I'll even compliment the attorney for your work on this, because we gotta drive you nuts, given the divergence of views that this council has. And it's really looking back from where we started from, reviewing how we got to where we are today. That you're not banging your heads against the wall is, to me, amazing.
In public.
But be that as it may, I'm baffled about any objections to the rental registry, because that's the one thing when we first started this project that both sides, if you will, the tenants and the landowners were saying, you don't have the information. Both sides said that. How can you make a decision? You don't have the information. Both sides said that. So I would think that makes the question of the rental registry, to me, entirely moot. That's the point of it, is to give us as a council the information that we need to make not just decisions on rent stabilization or tenant protections, but also on our current and upcoming HCD RENA numbers. We have to have a better, more timely information on what our housing numbers actually are. So I think that's, if this thing got voted down, both issues, that's the one thing I would want out of this. I think number one is so that future councils have this kind of information to make better decisions. The city manager rightly pointed out that we are including I think a very reasonable option for landlords remedy in case they feel that they're not being able to charge enough rent. For full disclosure, the mayor and I attended a meeting with the Bon Air Apartments this week for a presentation on their point of view. And one of the questions I asked them was, is there a way to improve that section of these ordinances that would be better for landlords? I was more than willing to listen to it, and they really didn't have a suggestion for an improvement on it. And none of the emails I've read have offered it. So I think we're doing an adequate job, at least on that. It also, during the course of that meeting, demonstrated what a variety we have in the economic situations of our landlords, our larger landlords, I would say, in that the rate of vacancies that they have, how many empty units, that's the kind of detail we need to get down to in these discussions. I do have 5 aspects of both ordinances that I would like to vote on at some point down the road. I don't know if you want me to bring those up now or to wait till after public comment.
Yeah, I think now is fine. I mean, we were trying to also give the public some of our thoughts for them to comment on, so that'd be very helpful.
Okay, Well, the first one I'd like is, one thing that I found missing was a rollback date of when the base rental rate would be established. We discussed it, and then the city attorney was to get back to us, I thought, with what was the recommendation, and my feeling was August 3rd of 2022.
Yeah, so I do have some information for council on this issue. There is case law upholding rollback provisions. The general standard that the courts have provided is that it should be to address rent increases that property owners implemented in anticipation of the implementation of rent stabilization. In our context, I've sort of evaluated a number of different points in time. I think the August date is tied to the first time that city council had any discussion of rent stabilization on the agenda. But I'd remind council that that was basically a study session, because there had been public comments at multiple meetings, but there was no indication at that point that council was actually entertaining the idea of rent stabilization. All of the meetings subsequent to that, I believe, were also labeled as study sessions. May 4th, I believe, was the first public hearing where the council had transitioned from this being a topic that council wanted to explore to something where council had given some input that you were prepared to start considering an ordinance. I think that it would be defensible to choose that May 4th date as a rollback date. And then if we were move a little bit more forward in time, if the council moves forward with introducing an ordinance tonight, then I think it would be yet more defensible to use today's date as the date for a rollback. But I think that we would have a strong position with regard to May 4th. I think that the August date would be more difficult for the city to defend, just because I'm not sure that we would have a strong enough record that rent increases between August and May were actually implemented in anticipation of a rent stabilization ordinance being adopted.
So your recommendation would be May 4th, 2023.
That's correct.
Okay, because I did find, in looking back, and I do read all this stuff, it was on the first agenda was in 2019. Yeah, so okay, I just wanted to get a clarification on it. So I would like to amend the rent stabilization ordinance 1067 to include a rollback date to May 4th of 2023.
You want to go through all the points? I mean, I think you said you had a few more.
Yeah. Do you want to do them one at a time or all at once?
Just do them all at once and then let's go back.
Okay. I would like a separate vote on the rental cap questions.
Reference where you are in the document, it would help me, like what page you're on.
This would go back to 620-040 and 620-050.
Okay.
The rollback date is, there's nothing in there, so it would be added. But on the rental cap, I would like to see a roll call vote on a rental cap of 60% of CPI or 5%, whichever is lower. A second vote on a rental cap of 100% of CPI or 7%, which is lower. And then moving to the just cause eviction ordinance 1068, I believe it would be 630 dot 070. I would like to see added any tenant household that includes a tenant who is 62 years of age or older, disabled, or certified as being terminally ill by the tenant's treating physician shall be entitled to receive an additional payment of $3,000. And then amending 630-050 to read, tenants shall be entitled to a minimum of 120-day notice or 1 year in case of a tenant who is at least 62 years of age, disabled, or certified as being terminally ill by the tenant's treating physician.
Mr. Mayor, I invited For full disclosure, I had invited all the council members to give staff a heads up if there were going to be amendments that they might want to consider. Councilmember Carroll did take us up on that. We do have draft language we can put up on the screen for each of his requests so that when you come to the point that you want to discuss it, we can show you what it would actually look like in the ordinance.
Thank you.
And also, I tripped up the city attorney by saying May 4 in one spot in the staff report and May 8 in the other. It's May 8.
Okay.
Just so you know.
May 8th then.
Okay, sorry, Kevin, just a clarification on number 4, you were talking about 3,000. Can you repeat that? I didn't catch everything you said there.
We could put it on screen if you'd
Yeah,
like.
that would be helpful. Let's do that.
Give Ms. Fallis a second. So do you want to take up the 3,000 one in the eviction first, or which one?
Yeah, I guess since we have them up, why don't we just repeat them on the screen? That'll be helpful probably to the public as well to see the language, and again, we can come back to that.
Do the other one, the eviction.
Do you think we should, I mean, if we're going to do public comment, shouldn't it be on what we have here in writing that first?
That's up to the council. But
Because this is what was published for people to review, and this would be in addition to what hasn't been published.
the council, though, could discuss amendments this evening. You may then want to, before you vote on the ordinance as a total, you may want to have them published, but it's certainly not unheard of for councils to amend ordinances during the part of the first reading. So you aren't really going astray from what you're allowed to do. And we could take a pause and print these after you tell us if you want them incorporated, so people will have them available to them.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to explain my thinking here. We have found that public comment is usually very lengthy and the meetings go late. Maybe we can just recognize that we had a published agenda, we have everything printed here, and that's primarily what we were working with, but this would have come up after public comment, if not before. And so I'm hoping just to get all the issues out on the table, and then, we'll know that some of them are brand new and may require another public hearing if it's, if we don't get consensus, or if it's, raises other issues and we need staff to research them. But does that sound okay?
Well, I'm just a little concerned that what's proposed is pretty significant language change and policy change. I mean, it could be discussed. I think people are prepared to continue the discussion on what was provided if we can add this additional policy change, but some of the terminology is pretty elaborate, enlarged the concepts of public policy too.
Again, though, you're deliberating on a potential first reading and introduction, and then if you do make these changes, I think you're going to hear Mr. Wood tell you that you should have a robust second reading and hearing on with any amendments you've added into it. So that would get published and you'd have debate before the final.
So that's a risk, because if we add those things, then this is not votable tonight.
Well, it can be voted on. You can amend a draft ordinance at the dais and then approve the first reading with the amendments.
I know,
So,
usually the amendments are more tailored, narrowly tailored.
I guess that I'm not equipped to to answer that for you. I didn't necessarily think any of Councilmember Carroll's changes are out of bounds, because we've been very careful to incorporate the entirety of the record. And we made a point consistently of stating, because we were doing that, these different elements would continue to be up for debate. Now, I'm telling you what you can do. You have to discuss as a group of 5 what you should do, which is a different discussion.
Can I point out, we have been here for 2.5 hours. And so I would think if it would be for the public's benefit that we take a break and perhaps print out my motions, what you have prepared, and distribute that might further the conversation when we come back from the break.
Yeah, I mean, I think we will need a break. I would like to go through this first, say a few things, and then, you know, timing wise, we started the meeting around 6, so we've been here for about an hour and a half, and I think we have a long ways to go. But the point of disseminating this is good, so we'll find some way to do that.
We can certainly, when you're ready, take a short break. We can post to the website and we can
Yeah,
print. For
yeah,
people in the room.
let's get it out there. But let's go through this first, I guess.
So one of the amendments you heard Councilmember Carroll suggest concerns the eviction protection ordinance. And that's his suggestion that there be an additional relocation assistance in the amount of $3,000 for tenants who are 62 years of older or 62 years old or older, disabled or terminally ill. And so I don't like doing legislative notation when I'm trying to show amendments because it gets confusing. So I've actually written it as, I think your motion should be to delete what's in the ordinance and replace it with what's here in its entirety, because it's a little easier to digest. But essentially what we've done is provide language within the appropriate section of the ordinance to create that additional requirement of $3,000 for if the tenant or a member of the tenant's household meets the criteria. We had some debate about how to handle the term disabled, and we actually found with our friends in Fairfax, they had solved that problem. There is a government code section you can point to with a definition. So that's what we've done here. And so we're essentially saying what the state of California says is disabled for this type of policy is what your ordinance would use. So that was the first one that you'd brought up. And then Allison, if you want to.
Can I ask where 62, where the age of 62 came from? Is that-
Councilmember Carroll and I didn't.
Yeah. I just want to know if we have a definition for disabled that comes from the state of California, where does 62 become the demarcation?
Well, 60, I was thinking 62 in terms of that. A lot of people are taking early retirement now on Social Security. And so my interest in this was to protecting seniors that are trying to survive on Social Security and maintain their residence in Larkspur.
So I appreciate that, but that's an anecdotal number, because what I'd like to know is if we can come up, if you're interested in that, to come up with a governmentally registered number of age, which is definable rather than anecdotally 62.
If you have an
Maybe it's-
alternative suggestion, I'm willing to listen.
Well, I'm just
That's the number based on my experience of dealing with seniors in Larkspur and throughout the county. That is when I see the economic problems of trying to pay the rent start at around age 62.
I appreciate that.
And
That's your
that's
experience.
Anecdotal experience, but
Yeah.
that's my experience, and that's why I picked that particular number. If there's some more number that you feel rational and then has a basis.
I just don't know. I don't know if there's a county number for who's eligible for certain housing expectations.
Mine
or
was
it's-
solely based on Social Security. I can tell you
but
that.
Social Security is 67, isn't it?
No, you can take early retirement now,
Okay. Well, that's what I wanted to
Which
hear,
some
what it was
people-
based on.
yeah, have done. And so that was my concern.
62.
Okay. Any other questions on this particular point? Okay, let's go to the next one.
Okay, so Councilmember Carroll had asked us to write a provision that would establish the noticing requirements around an Ellis Act eviction, which some ordinances do that. So using again the 62 years old or older, disabled or terminally ill concept. So this would amend the section of the ordinance that addresses Ellis Act evictions. So that's an eviction where you're taking your unit off the market entirely. And it would say any tenant is entitled to 120-day notice. And then the way I assumed you were drawing heavily on the Fairfax model. The Fairfax ordinance essentially says this, that every tenant's entitled to 120-day notice on an Ellis Act eviction, but that someone who meets these other criteria is entitled to a year's notice. And so that's what this language would do. And that is specific to that one of the 4 reasons for a no fault just cause eviction. It's not applied to the other 3, which have their own provisions based on the nature of those different types of evictions. So those are the 2 that you had told us about for the eviction protection ordinance. And then on the other set, the first 2 are essentially the same with the numbers changed. And so in this case, in addition to making some changes in the ordinance to the cap, you also will need to change the title to reflect the fact that you changed the cap. So this is the language that would be necessary to implement 60% of CPI or 5%, whichever is lower. And that mostly is changing the numbers in the ordinance. And then the second one you had said you might want to discuss is on the next page, which is essentially the same language, but here it's 100% of CPI or 7%, whichever is lower. So obviously these are competing amendments, and you can't pass them both, or the last one you pass is the one that's going to apply.
And it's significantly different.
And then the third thing you had requested was the concept of rollback, and Ms. Vallis is very efficient, so she already has it, says May 8 in it now. And so essentially what you're doing here is you're adding a definition of the ordinance that creates what's called the base rate. And you'll see this in some ordinances, and that's essentially the rate that the ordinance builds off of for everyone, and it's set to a date. So in this case, essentially anyone who was in a tenancy before May 8, and then it reaches May 8, that rent that was in place then is their base rate that's going to be used for the ordinance. And so that's what this language would establish. And so a rollback is sort of the layman's term perhaps here, but that's the more legal structure that we would need to have in place.
And can I ask a question about this?
Yeah, sure.
If this were hypothetically, let's just say the rollback passed to May 8th, and the rent stabilization passed to whatever was 5% plus CPI or 7% max. Does this mean on May 8th the rent today would be what it was May 8th, and then tomorrow they could raise it 7%?
It means that going forward, they could follow whatever the rules are in the ordinance. So potentially it would depend on what the rent increase had been in the previous 12 months, because the ordinance caps rent increases across a consecutive 12-month period. So potentially yes, but not necessarily. It'd be on an individual basis.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So any other thoughts or comments?
I just feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves and by adding a lot of amendments before they've been fully vetted, but
Yeah,
Well, they haven't been added.
No,
They've
but-
been proposed.
proposed, yeah.
yeah. No, and
Again, I just want to thank Councilmember Carroll though for providing them so we could write them
True.
the way they would actually need to be in the ordinance. So
okay. So a couple thoughts. One is we've pretty much had all our check-ins. I'll do mine. I think what we can do is in fairness to the public, all this additional these points for further discussion should be posted on the web and printed out so everybody here can have a copy and take a look. And we can go to those in turn. I felt like we were close to finishing up the just cause. And so maybe we can, you start with the points, for that ordinance, then go back, for the original. And these are, if staff can correct me, these are two different ordinances to move or vote or, put for another hearing. So we treat them separately. Okay. On my part, slightly different tack. I appreciate the fellow council members, being brief. I really do want to thank everybody. I mean, this is a difficult conversation. It's one that's been going on for a long time. I want to thank the community and the council and the staff because, I look around at every other jurisdiction in Larkspur and I don't think anyone's been doing as much, public airing of what I think is a really, really important topic. For tonight, I really read closely the public comment. And I'll be honest, I read it and then reread it and I answered every one of them and that I could find an email for. And there was new information. I think a lot of people came forward from, I think the properties were not the same ones that I'd heard from before. And it's given me some pause and, I'm interested in hearing more public comment tonight and continuing the conversation. The thing that really was at the heart of the public comment was about the cap. Very few people said anything about just cause or anything else. And I wanted to repeat possibly some of the things that I've said earlier. I see two challenges with the stricter caps, whether it's CPI or 2/3 CPI or 4% as Oxnard did. And I see, some negative impacts. So when we do public comment, I'd like to hear if anyone has solutions because these are the ones that have led me to the 7%. The first, point I want to make is that a rental cap is not going to guarantee that's what your rental increase is going to be. If a landlord hits CPI or 4% or 7%, that merely says if they want to go higher, they're going to go to the fair return, the fair profit part of the law, and they may charge a lot more. So as Councilmember Carroll mentioned, I've been reaching out to both the tenant associations, Skylark and DSA and some individual tenants. And then we also went to the Greenbrae properties and talked to Prime. And, one of the things that struck me is how much regulation is coming down the road for property owners. And the one example that sticks out for me is the folks in the Bon Air apartments have 605 units where they need to replace the balconies because there was a lawsuit and a lot of problems over in Berkeley. Students were killed and they implemented SB 271 and they're going to replace them with steel. And the estimated cost is $250,000. And so the total cost for these 605 units is $75 million. So what that means is whatever we do today could probably be reasonably challenged. And it takes about 8 years of pure rent just to pay that off. So I think that no matter which path we go down, it's not a form of security to say we have a lower cap. And I think that's the other thing that I feel we had Committee A, which was Councilmember Haroff and myself, and Committee B, which was Councilmember Candell and Way. And one thing that I'm a little frustrated by is how we haven't gone down the path of rental assistance very far. My understanding is that, whatever happens with a rental cap, if people are receiving an independent, possibly privately sponsored fund that can discount the rent by 15%, as I think 31 people in Skylark are receiving, it's going to benefit them more because it'll actually take the most vulnerable, it'll target, and we can take the money that we might be spending in legal challenges or in administration and help those like the seniors that Kevin Carroll is concerned about, and I am too, help them directly. So this is somewhat of an independent comment, but part of how I see addressing the problem is by rental assistance. The third point is I do still think there's considerable evidence that we're going to lose a lot of rental units. There is the option of tenancy in commons, condo conversions, just general withdrawals. I went back to the list of ownerships and I found I had to kind of look at them differently because there were smaller buildings, but they were owned by a certain property group. But about 550 of our units are by smaller owners, 3 to 24 units. And they don't have maintenance crews necessarily, or lawyers or others. And I'm wondering, speaking of our last item on the agenda, the incentivization, at what point do you say, my asset has depreciated, I want to go a different route and turn this into a tenancy in common? And what that does, going to Zillow today and yesterday, I saw 26 units available in Larkspur. We have so low vacancy. I don't know if that's the final number, but, talking to people, it's generally very hard to find a place here. And to me, losing even half of 550 or some fraction is a cost that we need to consider. And I think it's proportional to how much we lower the cap. 2 more thoughts. One is just the question of what this does to our general fund. We don't know what the administrative costs are going to be. I've been an advocate of moving forward with this, but I've also been an advocate of moving more slowly to understand how this impacts, what the budget will be for public safety or public works or other things. And the tax base is also the last point, that we don't know what reassessments, will happen and what this will do to not only our jurisdiction, but the schools that require this, Larkspur, Corte Madera, and Tam Union. So I feel that stricter rent control, having read the letters, I really want to continue and engage in those conversations, because there were some really important points being made and people talking about the stresses that they live under. And I was very glad to hear that. But my thought is that what we have tonight is the possibility of passing an ordinance or getting close to that, which will be a first for us. And it's something where I'm in complete agreement that a rental registry can give us some data. We're talking about some better protections for relocation and right of return, things that are not in AB 1482. And it remains an ordinance where the council can be flexible. We really need to see how this evolves, is my feeling and my reason for moving slowly. And so I say, what is the drawback of having a 2023 registry and then coming up with a data-driven and localized determination of policy for 2024? So,
Mr. Mayor, can I get a point of clarification on what the upshot of your comments are? Because from everything I've heard you just say, I think what you're suggesting is that we take this draft ordinance off the table for consideration tonight. Is that?
No, what I'm saying is the draft ordinance that we've moved to pass so far. I was addressing.
We haven't moved past anything so far.
Correct. The straw polls that we've gotten through 10 or 15 items, we've reached consensus. And my point was, again, primarily around the rental cap. So the rental cap of 7% was where almost all the public comment was, directed to.
And that's reflected in the draft ordinance that is in front of us.
Correct.
And that's what confused me by some of your comments, because some of your comments suggested to me that you're uncertain about whether that's anything we should consider tonight.
Yeah, thanks for that. So to clarify, I believe that that's the number that we had a 4-1 vote on. And I believe that that's not, it's a compromise. It's not popular with many people in the landlord community. It's not popular with many people in the tenant community, but I feel it's a starting point.
So it's on the table.
I want it to be on the table, correct? Okay, so with that, I wanted to maybe allow us to get Councilmember Carroll's information disseminated, and if there's anything else, any other questions or comments. If not, it's 7:55. I propose we take a 10-minute break and come back at 5 after. So let's come back in 8:05. There's no objections.
There's Scott.
Okay, so welcome back. We took a break for about 10 minutes, and some of the additional proposals, 5 that Councilmember Carroll had made and had submitted in writing were handed out here in the chambers, and it should be posted online as well. So then we can resume with the two ordinances. I think that one of the, since we had left off in the last public hearing on the just cause ordinance 1068, we could return to that and kind of go through the main points that were outlined by staff, and maybe at the end of that consider from Councilmember Carroll's comments. I think probably points number 4 and 5, the 3,000 relocation and the 120-day notice would go into the just cause, and the first 3 might go into the rent stabilization. Is that correct? Yeah. So why don't we, just finish out what we have? I did want to ask a question of Sky. If one of the things that I was really concerned about is that we have a quorum of 5 council members that ends tonight effectively. Councilmember Haroff, I believe, wouldn't be weighing in after this meeting. And given these 5 additional items are new, is there like a 72-hour rule or something, for us to move forward, or how does that work?
As the city manager pointed out, since the ordinance has not yet been introduced, city council has the ability to make changes to it up to the time that it is introduced. So there's no waiting period. Any of the amendments that Councilmember Carroll has proposed, any other amendments that council wants to propose prior to a motion to introduce the ordinance can be made. And then after tonight, the ordinance will have to come back for second reading and adoption. Assuming it's introduced, it would have to come back for a second reading and adoption. And at that point, there would presumably only be 4 votes. So that may affect the outcome of the final vote.
Okay, so the bottom line is the 5 points don't matter. We couldn't take a vote tonight anyway without the second reading.
You can take a vote so just as a refresher for everybody, ordinance adoption is a 2-step process. An ordinance has to first be introduced, and then there's a 5-day waiting period, and then it can be adopted. But all that's in front of you tonight is what staff has prepared based on previous direction from the council. Council has the discretion to amend that up to the time that it's introduced. Once it's been introduced, it has to be adopted as introduced. If you make further changes, then it would have to be reintroduced and you start the cycle over again.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm partly concerned about just the 12-month process, and not having a council member afterwards leaves us with 2. 4 is a challenging number here. Okay, let's revisit that at the end. So going into the just cause, I think maybe the starting point was 630-050. Trying to see sort of where we left off, because as we were in the last meeting, we had agreed on, or we had kind of as a group, voted these different items for consideration or for.
So can I ask, maybe help with a little guidance that I'm sort of seeing, is that this kind of was a curveball that was thrown tonight, for me at least. The new amended potential amendments to it. Maybe just a suggestion to the mayor, we start with what the staff report has already put forward, because this has actually been distilled down from many conversations. I know the city manager must have reviewed the tapes of several of our conversations and the public comment 5 or 6 times to get to this draft ordinance. Before adding additional, maybe there's enough consensus. You know how I feel about this, but maybe there's enough consensus that it stays the way it is. I don't know. Maybe you want to weigh in on that, but it stays the way it is because this is the staff recommendation. And if that's agreeable, by the majority, then we don't even go to these. Does that make sense? But because this is the staff recommendation because it's distilled from all the public comment, all the letters, et cetera, that have been distributed in the last 6 months. This is additional comment that we could add. But if this is acceptable to the majority, then we don't add it.
So that would be acceptable, meaning that would be the version for introduction. And then it would go to the first reading, at which point these other
Just an
comments could be
idea.
incorporated later.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
if I could just make a suggestion.
Yeah.
We could go around in this circle for quite a while
Mhm.
before we get to public comment. My suggestion is before we have further discussion on these on these alternatives, that we open it up for public discussion and get the public's input, which may influence how we end up thinking about different alternatives that are in front of us.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair. And actually, I thanks for that correction. I said when we came back, we'd go to public comment and I got ahead of myself. So yeah, let's do that then. So why don't we,
I just want to make sure, because I think I heard you say something I wanted to clarify. So to summarize in layman's terms what Sky said, your best time to introduce, discuss, and amend this is before introduction, before you vote on the introduction. So if you're going to take any amendments up, the best time from a process standpoint is tonight before you vote
Okay.
on the whole ordinance, because if you vote to introduce the ordinance as is, then you need to schedule the second reading. And any changes you make between an introduction and a second reading restarts. So this is actually the right window. Now, whether you want to do it tonight is a discussion for the 5 of you, but just want, I think maybe that's slightly different than what you said a minute ago.
okay, I appreciate that. And then, yeah, okay, so let's go to public comment then. So I got the timer here and I guess we can start in the chamber tonight, 2 minutes. First public comment, please.
Hello, my name is Romeo Arrieta, Mayor and Council, representing the Marin Association of Realtors. Had a couple of questions tonight. I'm hearing first reading. I didn't see first reading on the agenda, so I know the city attorney has already mentioned. So I would ask for further clarification if the intent is to vote on something tonight or introduce it in first reading tonight. Couple things that I want to mention. I know that there's 2 other council meetings considering rent control, rent stabilization tonight. One of those is Fairfax. I would not use Fairfax as the example of an ordinance. I know that there is a group that was reported in the Marin IJ that has gotten 1,100 signatures for repeal. That ordinance may end up going to the voters and getting repealed. My understanding, I got the impression that the cap, that the rent cap has already been debated and voted on by this council, discussed and whatnot. And perhaps you could clarify if this is a continuation of the previous meetings, which we attended, or if this is a new meeting. And if the council member can bring it up again once it's been voted on. And then the other thing that I just want to mention is that there's some talk about the age limit. I just want to say that there are plenty of rental housing providers that are also 62 and above, and there needs to be some consideration for them. Thank you for letting me go over time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, he didn't go over time. Thanks though, Romeo.
Should we get some answers to this?
Well, I just want to address one point, which is that the staff report states, and I'm quoting here under the action requested section of the staff report, the council can review and introduce by title only the proposed ordinance or give direction to staff about modification. So introduction of an ordinance tonight is something that is within the scope of what the council can do under the Brown Act.
Okay, thank you. Next comment, please. Oh, I'm sorry, city manager.
It might be worth noting on that list of questions. The council at their last meeting took straw poll votes to give direction to staff so that we could get our draft put together. There was no collective vote on making anything law. So nothing you did as a straw poll vote to advance this process constitutes something you can't debate tonight and choose to do differently.
Okay, thank you. Next comment, please.
Victoria Von Gorski, and I live at 500 South Alicio in Greenbrae. And I want to thank Councilmember Carroll for listening to your constituents and coming up with the amendments that a number of us have voiced and spoken of, that the 7% cap is too high. And so I appreciate that, and I appreciate the other amendments that you've added to what council has already drafted. In regards to Condell's remark about the rental registry and how much money that's going to cost, I fail to see how that's going to be impacting the town or the owners, the landlords, to a point where it's going to raise the rents dramatically or make a difference. I think that the registry is important. And I think for future conversations about this and what's going on in our county and going on in our town, it's important to have that registry. So I find that to be an interesting comment that Condell made. The right to return. A lot of places, this has been mentioned before, is a 5-year right to return. I think a 1-year rent to return is, fair. I think it's fair. And it's in place to prevent landlords from evicting a tenant, waiting for a period of time or no time, and making some improvements or no improvements and raising the rent. And so this is why this right of return is found in rent stabilization throughout the state of California. So again, the council member Condell had said something to the effect of, okay, on the right to return, you have a tenant move out, and then that landlord does a lot of upgrades to it and wants to rent it out to someone and has to give the person that they evicted in the first place the rental unit. So this is preventing shady dealings from landlords and getting around things. We talked about and was mentioned how many rental companies raised the rent when they knew that rent control was on the table. I know for certain that Bonnier Apartments did exactly that shortly after council came to start talking about rent control, and the 7%, which is, in my opinion, too high, was being spoken about. One last thing, Bonnier Apartments is saying that they have to have decks replaced because of an incident that happened, I believe, 4 years ago, maybe longer, for a college student that fell off a deck. Interestingly enough, Bonnier Apartments
Time you have, just finish your sentence, please.
has been spending money on resurfacing a pool, and now they're talking about their decks.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Okay, next comment, please.
Hi, my name's Rebecca Etzogen. I'm a landlord and I'm a tenant as well in the Bonnier Apartments. As far as the decks are concerned, my deck was replaced 2 years ago. It was completely dry rotted out. It was scary. So I don't think of that as an improvement. I think that as safety, and it's the law. And $75 million is a lot of money, but imagine all the lawsuits that would happen if people died because the decks were unsafe. So that, but what I want to talk about is the lack of workforce housing in Marin County. And as we all know, as property owners, it's virtually impossible to find employees to show up and live in Marin. I am a chef and I cannot find workers who live less than 45 minutes away. It just doesn't exist. People cannot afford to live here. So even our hospital, Marin Health, relies on traveling nurses, traveling doctors, and traveling radiologists and speech pathologists. It's very hard to run a business, small business, large business. One of the major expenses is employment. And if we continue to force businesses out of business, like Lucky Market, it's gonna start looking like other downtown areas with tons of vacancies. And just when I was walking over here tonight, there's somebody in a tent right in front of, on the bushes, right by Lucky Market. So I really urge you to pass something that will allow people who don't have the luxury of owning properties like we do to live here. Because we talk about the traffic is so terrible and the Richmond Bridge and all that, but that's because that people can't afford to live here. So I think that's something that we need to think about environmentally.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Rebecca. Okay, next speaker, please.
Joan Weinberg. Skylark. Okay, I'm here to address the clear discrepancy between what is stated in the background and discussion section of the staff report and what you continue to push as manageable middle of the road rent increase. The staff report states that Larkspur has a household median income of 135,000, slightly above the county median, but 60% higher than California as a whole. However, in Larkspur, 23.9% of renters are rent burdened as they spend 30 to 50% on housing, and 24.8% spend 50% or more, making them severely rent burdened. This means that just under 1/2 of all renters in Larkspur are rent burdened. Having lived in, it's that time. Having lived in my apartment for 30 years with reasonable rent increases every few years, not every year, it took 28 years to double my rent. With a 7% increase, which is really what we're talking about, 5% plus CPI is 7%, whether you think it or not. So with a 7% increase every year, I will again double my rent in 11 years. Of course, I will no longer be living here after 1 or perhaps 2 years. Not in Larkspur, nor Marin County, and not even in California. So we have living in the Bay Area 50 years. I will move. So we have to compromise with 100% of CPI or 7%, whichever is left.
Thank you, Joan. Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please.
My name's Dorothy. I live in Larkspur. 5 + 2 = 7. And your proposed rental cap that you voted on at the last meeting put the rental cap at either 5% plus the consumer price index, otherwise known as CPI, or 7%, whichever is less. CPI almost never goes below 2%. And in fact, in our private meeting with you on Zoom, Mayor Paulson, you actually clarified that it more likely doesn't go below 2.7%. 2 + 5 is the same thing as 7. I am trying to figure out why you are offering us apples and apples. And the only thing I can come to is one of two things. Either you are so busy doing your math and research and trying to figure out all the details of something very complicated that you overlook the obvious, or that it's a manipulation to get us to think that you're actually offering us some latitude around 7%. But I just want to clarify that what you're offering is a cap of 7%. It's not something or something. And my concern is that you are, if you have overlooked that piece of information, you have the opportunity tonight to rethink our compromise. We are willing to work with 100% of CPI or 7%, whichever is lower. And that actually allows for something other than 7%. So please reconsider your math.
Thank you. Any next comment, please?
Hello. My name is Abby Laporte. I'm a student at Dominican University of California. As a graduate student, I live in Larkspur in the Serenity Complex. They have raised my rent about 10% in a year. The living conditions are not what they would like you to believe. We have water damage and all sorts of things like that. I think that logically passing a low rent cap like 5%, pardon my lack of some of the language around it, is a good way to enhance the community. I think that short-term thinking that acts like free market kind of profit-driven thinking is going to ultimately damage the community, and a lot of people are going to leave. There are already people kind of leaving in droves because the conditions of the apartments are not being maintained effectively for the price that they're asking. They're very flexible about the pricing. And it's been written in the New York Times that Greystar is one of the companies that is artificially increasing rent prices through collaboration on the internet. This is documented. This is happening. I highly recommend that the council considers the realities long-term of protecting the city of Larkspur by protecting the constituents, and that includes the tenants. I think that ultimately the economic defense of profits for landlords or property management companies is short-sighted at best. Is that halftime or is that time?
No, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
And I ask you, what is your goal? Is your goal a long-term health of the community, places for workers to live, or even just people who rationally understand, whether they can pay it or not, that this is a false inflation of rent and that it is the responsibility, even in a free market, for the council to protect people that have a logical understanding of the value of the apartments and the reasons that it's beneficial to live in a community where there are rent control protections strong as 5%. Thank you so much for all your work and for staff as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Okay, next comment, please.
Hi, my name is Jockey. I will be speaking. I am a 14-year Larkspur resident, and I am one of the founding members of the Skylark Tenants Association. On behalf of more than 700 Larkspur residents who have called on you to place an annual cap based on inflation on how much landlords can raise rents, we urge you to abandon the currently proposed 7% rent cap and adopt a compromise position. When the ad hoc committee on rent stabilization returned a recommendation of a 7% rent cap several months ago, there was a public outcry. The ad hoc committee admitted that they had clearly made a mistake and would revisit their recommendation. So imagine our shock when the council voted on that very recommendation that was rejected by your constituents. Tenants have consistently advocated for a rental cap of 60% of CPI or 5%, whichever is less. Understanding that this is insufficient, council support for this robust standard, we are offering a compromise, and we've spoken to several council members and also written you personal emails, and we're offering a compromise position of 100% of CPI or 7%, whichever is less. This would place Larkspur's ordinance on the more moderate side of rent stabilization laws across the state If the city moves forward with this proposed 5% cap plus CPI up to 7%, it would be the weakest ordinance in the entire state. I repeat that, the entire state, despite Marin having the highest rents of any county in California. To be clear, given that inflation, as Dorothy says, nearly always exceeds 2%, the proposed cap of 5% plus CPI up to 7% is virtually the same as a 7% flat cap. A 7% rental cap will do virtually nothing to keep all of us vulnerable Larkspur tenants in their homes. So please adopt the CPI and the compromise position that we're offering. Thank you.
Thank you, Njoki. Okay. Next comment, please. Okay, we'll come back. So Allison, do we have any hands up in Zoom?
Yes, the first comment, I'm looking for any raised hands from our Zoom audience members, and the first comment will be from Ileana Madrigal.
Welcome, Ileana.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ileana Madrigal. I'm here representing the North Bay Labor Council. We represent workers in Marin, Sonoma, Mendocino, and Lake counties. There are over 600 union workers currently living in Larkspur, many of whom struggle to pay their rent and feed their families. The proposed rental cap as currently proposed will make this draft rent stabilization ordinance the weakest in the entire state, despite Marin having the highest rents of any county in California. We support the rent cap of 60% of CPI or 5%, whichever is less. However, if the council is unwilling to support this rent ceiling, we urge you to support the compromise offered by Larkspur tenants of 100% of CPI or 7%, whichever is less. Please pass a fair rent stabilization and just cause ordinance to protect the low-wage workers who were our essential workers during the pandemic and kept the rest of us afloat. Thank you.
Thank you, Ileana. Next comment, please.
Next speaker is Robert Pendelay.
Welcome, Robert.
Thank you. I'm speaking tonight for the Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative. We're a group of volunteers who support affordable housing that's environmentally appropriate and housing equity. So we're particularly concerned about the proposals that you're considering tonight. The proposal to cap rent increases at CPI plus 5% and not to exceed a total of 7%, we think is excessive. Why should landlords have a 5% bonus over and above CPI when tenants most likely are not even receiving an income increase equivalent to CPI? With regard to just cause eviction, we think that clarifying the reasons a landlord can evict is really essential. Without protections, landlords can just arbitrarily evict in order to legally increase rents far above the cap. The current proposal is to raise the relocation assistance to 3 months rent or $5,000, whichever is greater, to be paid to tenants who are evicted through no fault of their own. This would also permit a right to return ordinance with a 12-month limit. We think this is a good start, but 12 months is simply not nearly enough time to disincentivize corporate landlords from leaving units vacant for 12 months to get around the ordinance. At this point, there are no added protections for older adults, school-age children, employees of schools, or other persons with disabilities. We think these should be considered, and we're happy to hear some of the suggestions that have been made this evening. Thanks for your time.
Great, thank you, Robert. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Skylar Collins.
Welcome, Skylar.
Thank you. Glad to be here, and I want to thank the council for discussing this issue in such depth. My first point is that I beg you to, I am a political director with the Marin County Young Democrats, although I do not represent them tonight. First, I beg you to keep the registry for the purposes of information. Having done quite a bit of research on rent control, I have found that the lack of data is really disheartening and makes it difficult to say anything solidly, but we have to rely on a lot of economic theory. I thought it was interesting that Councilmember Kendall was the first one to propose perhaps getting rid of it, considering that at the May meeting, he was also bemoaning the lack of data. Moving on, I'm skeptical of free market thinking as it applies to Marin, since we are on a peninsula with limited land, and we have a lot of natural beauty, and we have proximity to San Francisco. So we've got some pretty unique facets to us. Regardless, the free market will push out workers unless small businesses can afford to keep up with the wage increases needed to keep people in Marin, which, might shutter small businesses. I'd like to thank Councilmember Carroll for introducing the desperately needed amendments. 7% is much too high of a cap unless businesses are willing to give annual $1 rent increases, which is what I looked at Zillow, and that's what would be needed for 7% rent control raises. That's essentially my time. I just want to thank you all again. Have a good night.
Thank you, Skylar. Okay, next speaker, please.
Speakers Vivian Taub.
Good evening. I'm just going to be reading much of what I wrote to you earlier. It was posted on the website a few hours ago, and I don't know if you had a chance to read it. Dear City Council members, I'm writing to you once again in favor of strong rent stabilization and just cause eviction protections. The proposed cap of 7% is too weak. Income does not go up by 7% a year usually. I currently rent a one-bedroom apartment at Skylark Apartments. In the past year, my rent went up 8.8% last summer, and this summer it went up another 7.7%. At this rate, I will be forced out of my beloved apartment where I've been living for more than 15 years, by far the longest I've lived anywhere in my life. Currently, I am disabled with hip arthritis, which makes me limp. The thought of looking for another place to live out of necessity, then packing up all my stuff and moving gives me anxiety and dread, especially considering how difficult it would be for me in my present condition. I don't want to move. Please pass the proposed compromise of 100% of the CPI or 7%, whichever is lower. This would provide real housing security for half of all Larkspur residents who rent their homes, while allowing for more than reasonable rent increases based on inflation, not an arbitrary number. I am writing this letter not only for me, but my many neighbors who would also be forced out of their homes if your proposed cap of 7% goes through. The proposed cap of 7% would make this draft rent stabilization ordinance the weakest in the entire state, despite Marin having the highest rents of any county in California, according to Zillow. I think I'll end there. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Vivian. All right, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Sandra Herman.
You're
Hi,
welcome.
good afternoon. Hi, my name is Sandra. I live in Skylark. I apologize for my thick accent. I've been attending a few of the meetings, and I feel that it was my time to talk. I feel that I need in some extent to represent the Hispanic community that live in Larkspur, mostly here in Skylar Apartment. It's just, I have nothing prepared. I was just talking from my heart, and I found myself talking to some neighbors here, senior people that have lived in Skylar forever, and talking about the whole situation and seeing their sadness and uncertainty of how the future will look like. After talking to that particular neighbor, I look on the side and I saw my Hispanic neighbor, that live here, had the blessed to live in this fantastic place because they work here. And just thinking the fact that the rent is going to be going super high, they're going to have to probably move far away from the workplace. It's devastating. It's sad. My husband, he managed a restaurant here in Marin County, and he's continuously talking about in the house how difficult it is to find good employees that can live close by their workplace and actually can afford to come to work. So my whole idea here is like, what are we doing? I mean, I think that you guys have a moral
responsibility to continue keeping the diversity that we bring in here. Hispanics are serving the white collar people in Marine. So what are we doing? I think that you
Sandra,
guys.
just one more sentence. Sorry, you ran out of time. If you can just finish up, please.
Yeah, for sure. Just saying that, just keep in mind what the Hispanic community is bringing to Larkspur and nothing. Thank you for all your work, and I hope that
Great.
come to something that benefit all the community. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for your comments, Sandra. Okay, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Johnson Reynolds.
Yeah, this is Johnson Reynolds. I'm in Maui, Hawaii with my sister who's sick, but I live in the canal. I don't live in Larkspur, that's true. But increasingly, that various towns in Marin County, the county itself, need to support people that work here and cannot live here because of the high rents. That's important. I've heard people comment from Larkspur, some of the ones that have just come before me, speaking of not raising the rent to 7%, and I agree with that. And the issue of the 100% CPI or 7%, whatever is lower, seems a reasonable solution to this. You know, one time before we talked about not only eviction issues, just cause of eviction, but also we talked about mandatory mediation. If something was going to raise it above 5%, they'd have a mandatory mediation to work that through, because there's repairs that need to be made and so on. And the issue about the just cause, of course, we need to make it a just cause for people to actually repair significantly their places and not string it out, you know, just to raise the rent. So I appreciate, I support 100% of CPI or 7%, whatever is less. Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Aza.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Ava.
Okay, great. Good afternoon or good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. I'm here to talk about and support rent stabilization. The point of rent control is to stop and prevent arbitrary rent increases. That's all this is. This is not taking away landlords' incentive to get additional income per year. It's just helping residents have a way to project and kind of get an idea of what they can expect year after year. If we know what the rent increase is going to be like, as far as the cap is concerned, people can plan. If they know they got 5 years to stay, 10 years to stay, it just gives some type of direction instead of getting arbitrary rent increases. That's what's happening. At Bon Air, so many people received rent increases over 5% just for starting July 1st. Everyone's been put on notice. So people are going to suffer now because everyone's been put on notice. So landlords are going to do whatever they can to try to, you know, make whatever changes they need to make to get ahead of this. We're already suffering now. It's already, everyone knows what's going on. It's all in the newspaper. So you guys have to do something that's going to be meaningful for residents. Remember, residents first, businesses second. We are a general law city. We're not a charter city. We're not at the discretion of businesses. We are residents first. Thank you.
Thank you, Ava. Feels like a jazz club, people snapping their fingers. It's a very, very nice workaround, but you know, the spirit, I'll accept your snaps. Just let's stay civil. That's the only point here. Okay. All right, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kate Phelan.
Okay, welcome, Kate.
Hey, thanks. Good evening, everybody. I'll just make a few comments. First, to address the just cause situation, I very much support the amendment in terms of protections for vulnerable populations. I just have a question about that, which would be some of the, I've done a little research and looked at some of the other ordinances, and it looks like there's also consideration for the notice for these populations in terms of eviction. So not 30 or 60 days, but potentially up to a year. And I don't know if that's being addressed. The other thing is if it's a 1 year right of return, do you return at the original rent? These are questions I don't know if you've addressed. But I very much support the $3,000 increase or addition for those populations. A couple quick comments. It seems like this cap situation is all based on the fair return concept, but I haven't heard the council define what a fair return is. I've been trying to track all this, and it's so ambiguous. I mean, it has never been defined. What is the fair return? And it's, in my research, it says that the courts consistently rule that percentage of CPI satisfies fair return. So I'm really kind of confused about that. And I don't know if that's been addressed directly. The other thing is, just so you know, 150 households have been displaced at Skylark since Prime arrived here 18 months ago. 150 households, okay? I don't think that's the information you have, but that's the information that's correct.
Thank you, Kate. That's all your time, but thank you for that
Too
comment.
bad, I got a lot more to say. All right, thanks.
Okay, say one more sentence.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. So,
My council members are hating me, but go.
oh, maybe not. So you guys had cited that Prime's discount program is an acceptable alternative to rent stabilization for qualified tenants, but Prime can stop that at will. So just so you know.
Okay, thank you, Kate.
Thank you.
Okay, next comment, please.
Next speaker is Len Rifkind.
Welcome, Len.
Good evening, members of the council. Len Rifkind here. So I'm going to have a contrary point of view than you've been hearing from the last few speakers. I'm in the trenches every day at the Marin County Superior Court. Actual evictions filings are stable and flat as they've been for a very long time. They're not up, they're not down. They stayed about the same. They went down during COVID. So that's something for people to understand, that people are not being evicted regularly. At least I heard the last speaker say households changed, a lot of households changed in Skylark, and I'm sorry to hear that, but they're not evictions that are being filed. Regarding the whole concept of what we're talking about here, the reality is the only thing that is going to keep rents low for real or realistic or reasonable for people is to build more housing or to provide more subsidized housing. That's the reality. Those are the only two things that are really going to make a difference, because when you put a cap on, what it does is it discourages investment in housing, and it causes there's no more flow of people in and out because people hang on to their rent controlled unit. And so if someone wants to move here, there's no units for them to move to. So it causes the entire population of the city to become stale or stagnant. So I urge this council to seriously consider staying with the state law, which is what we already have in effect, and provides a cap and provides eviction controls. And so that's what I would like the council to consider. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Len. Next comment.
Next speaker is Scott Jones.
Welcome, Scott.
Thank you, and I appreciate all the work you have put in. I live in Skylark. Currently, new renters in Skylark are required to sign a new lease that includes extra charges over the base rent. These extra charges equal almost 10% of the base rent. So Prime and maybe other large property owners have already figured out a way how to circumvent any rent cap that you may put in place, but at least give renters some kind of bone with the CPI compromise. And per what the last speaker was saying, and maybe people aren't being evicted, but they are being given no choice but to self-evict because the rent increases are too onerous. That's all I have to say.
Great, thank you, Scott. Okay, next comment, please.
Speaker is Mary Beth Pascal.
Welcome, Mary Beth.
Hi, you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, I've heard consistent resistance to a lot of information, that you've been given, as far as allowing teachers and law enforcement and hospital workers. It's sort of like, I feel like you're just ignoring that, and you're not hearing it. And basically my impression is that the way things are going, Larkspur is going to be financially exclusive, upper income only, because those are the only people that are going to be allowed to live here. And it's just boggles my mind that it's a broader scope has not been considered here. It's Wood, by the way, Woodlark has a banner hanging up for renting. It's not that hard to find a place to rent in Larkspur. A friend of mine just rented a place and she wasn't even looking in Larkspur. And she found a very nice place and a smaller a 5-unit place for a reasonable amount of rent. So that's, that's real. And if it's so hard to rent here, why does Woodlark have a banner hanging up? There's just this consistent resistance that, for people of a middle income to be allowed to live in Larkspur, and all of these excuses that I hear of why that can't happen. And it's really disappointing. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Mary Beth. Next comment, please.
Looking for any additional raised hands from our Zoom audience members. Next speaker is Jennifer.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. My name's Jennifer. I am a resident of Larkspur recently, but I've lived in Marin County and I moved here in 1963. I'm 60 years old. I work in Larkspur. Having moved to Larkspur because my rent increased in another Marin County city with $1,200 in a 10-year period, and that was per month, $1,200. So I moved to a smaller apartment here in Larkspur, and I started riding a bike to work. I work in food service, and I manage a restaurant in Larkspur, but most of my employees are not residents of Larkspur. They can't afford it. They're coming from Sonoma, they're coming from Richmond, and it's almost impossible to run a restaurant in Larkspur or in anywhere in Marin County with the wages that we can offer people and still offer affordable food. It's a quick serve restaurant, so we're not talking about fine dining. And I would highly recommend that you follow the proposal that came tonight that would suggest a lower cap on rents so that people who, I'm 60, but many of my employees are in their 20s, they have children, and they cannot afford to live here on the wages that we can pay them. I can barely afford to live here. I will, because I'm such a long-term resident of Marin County, I'll never move away from here. But if I cannot pay the rent anymore, I'm going to pull up a tent next to the friend there by Lucky's, and you'll see me brushing my teeth there at the fountain in front of City Hall when that happens. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. Okay, next comment, please.
Looking for any final raised hands from the Zoom audience. There's no further public comment.
Okay, let me bring it back one more time to the chamber. Anybody here want to say anything? Probably not. I mean, I feel like the repeat is, any new comments, please, because we want to get on with the deliberation.
I
everyone. Elif Miajola for Skylark. I just wanted to briefly respond to the discussion about the rental registry, and I think, and I will say I appreciate obviously all of the work that's gone in by the city manager and city staff and city attorney on this subject, on the question of whether there are rental registry, or excuse me, RSOs without rental registries. There are examples of those. So Fremont, Los Gatos, and I think Palm Springs are three cities that operate without registries. Just to offer that as, you know, a point of research because that was asked. I'll also note that a rent registry on a statewide level has been voted down numerous times because of the administrative burden and cost. As a solution, I'll reiterate that we are willing to provide information voluntarily. And, you know, I think that is a less burdensome workaround for that. And so we offer those, I offer those comments just, you know, to advocate again for the Larkspur oriented and tailored and thoughtful approach that the city council has been taking. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Elif. Joan, you're going to kill me. All right. I'm going to give you 1 minute.
That's all I need.
All right.
There are two buildings in Skylark, the security buildings. There are 82 apartments. There are 29 empties. Why did those people leave in the last year? Never before. Maybe 2, maybe 3 in a year. 29. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. Okay. Any last first time comments? Okay. Yeah. Well, I think you already went, right?
Yeah, but it's totally different information.
No, let's, I'm sorry. I always get wrist slapped for being too loose, so I don't want to have that. But thanks for your original comment. I definitely wrote that all down. Okay, one more call. Anybody else? No. Okay. So let's bring it back to the council. And first, I want to, you know, emphasize, you know, how valuable it is to hear from everybody. And I do feel that, you know, as we put the rubber to the road more, you know, looking at an ordinance, the comments have increased. They've gotten more, you know, there's more variety. It's cutting me off. Maybe I'll shut up. Okay. Don't snap for me, please. Never. But yeah, I just want to, I mean, I want to say thank you, but I think I also want to say that I'm, you know, maybe I'm the slowest in the class, but I feel like there's just still so much to learn and so much going on. So that's just a preamble here. But we were going to turn to Ordinance 1068, which is the just cause. And I was looking at where we left off last time, and maybe staff, you can guide us a little bit here because you framed it out, and I have some notes here, but I want to make sure I don't miss anything. You know, I'm looking at the 630-050, which was I think that's the right of return. And then the Ellis Act and the definition of remodel, these are all on page 5 out of 10. And I don't believe the council took our straw polls on all these issues. And then it just, if I turn over to page 6, I think we did vote on the item at the bottom of the page that the relocation assistance would be strengthened to 3 months or 5,000, whichever is greater, you know, where it's a 3-month, not necessarily at the current rate. And then the exemptions, I think we had covered that, you know, we had decided not to exempt ADUs and JADUs. That's on page 7. And then on page 8, the notice of termination, I don't know that we discussed that up here as a council. And then, of course, the last here is on page 9, the tenant protection program fee, which is in 630-110 in B. So maybe, Dan, you can just let me know if that's a proper accounting of where we left off. It's been about a month.
I certainly agree with your summary of what you did and didn't coalesce around direction. I would say that it was my decision that if you hadn't coalesced around direction, as I said, we were going to use the Oxnard model as our base model. So that's what you're seeing in anything here that you didn't give us direction specifically about. Having read this ordinance, of course, showing it to you, having read a lot of these ordinances, I would focus on the policy questions and changes if you want to make any around the 4 no fault provisions. Some of the things you listed, like the noticing requirement, and if you really want to spend time on it, that's fine. I think this is generally common. I understand that Councilmember Carroll has a very specific amendment to a very specific type of eviction. And if you have some of those, that's certainly something to talk about. But I think the core issue is if you have proposals around those 4 no fault, just cause evictions where you might want to raise policy questions or make any changes, I'd encourage you. I think you'll be the most productive if that's where you focus your discussion.
Okay, so that would be just for clarity on page 5, 630.050 A, B, C, and D, I think is what you're referring to.
Yeah, because again, the primary purpose of a tenant protection or eviction protection ordinance is to address concerns about the use of these 4 clauses, because these are the 4 where the conditions that qualify to have an eviction are not the fault of the tenant. So that's really the meat of this ordinance, is whether or not you want to put requirements on the landlord with respect to the use of these 4 authorities, these 4 options.
Okay.
The other big provision in the ordinance is the relocation assistance, which you have debated.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I think the last time we had take the straw poll on relocation and landed on 3 months. Are you
Yes.
saying? Okay. Okay. So then
Councilmember Way said I've watched the meeting 5 times. I only watched it 3 times, but I'm confident about that.
Okay. Okay, so let's do that then. Let's start with page 5, and for those in the public, it's the the ordinance 1068 attachment 2, and we're on page 5 looking at A, B, C, and D. If I can go a little bit out of order, I think one of the things where we started having more discussion and then decided it was too late was D, the intent to demolish or substantially remodel. And I guess to frame this, the concern is that what could be seen as an abuse is that a landlord will have a cosmetic remodel or something, and that'll push the tenant out, and it's not really something that required that. So I wonder if any thoughts on whether this language seems adequate, or if we need to amend it.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I just have a question.
Yeah.
It appears that this says 60 days, and I thought we had said 120 days notice that if a landlord is going to do a remodel. Am I getting on the wrong spot?
That's D1.
I think, Vice Mayor Kendall, are you referring to the amendment that Councilmember Carroll proposed?
No, I'm looking at D1. The owner shall provide 60 days advance notice. Is that? I thought I had heard that it was 120 in our ordinance or under state law. Is that not right?
I'll double check.
I may have just misheard, and I apologize.
Yeah, so at the bottom of page 5, I think you're referring to the owner shall provide, it's written as 60 days advance written notice to the tenant of the ability to reoccupy upon completion of repairs. Is that correct, Councilmember Kendall?
Yeah, I think what it was is maybe it's 120-day notice that they're going to do the repairs, and then 60-day notice that they have the ability to return. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I'm not remembering what we discussed, but are you suggesting to change that? Is that?
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to understand it because
Yeah.
when Councilmember Carroll made his amendment, I had a comment that, well, that was already the state law, that it's 120 days for everybody. So maybe what is 120-day notice for everybody that they're going to do a remodel, and then 60 days notice that you can come back after the remodel's done. I just want to make sure I understand it. That's all.
Okay. Why don't we give the city manager some time? I'm wondering if we just take a step back to D, is there any issue with the clauses written for substantial remodel?
I think it's hard to. It's better than it was before.
Okay.
The definition.
Okay, because I find C to be pretty unambiguous. I don't know if anyone has any issues with C. And then B is kind of saying that this is done with current Ellis Act law. No amendments. You know, people had discussed Ellis Act loopholes, and that's not in here. All right, I'm assuming we're all reading and trying to figure out where we were. It's a little bit hard to pick up after so many weeks, and this is a fairly technical point, but going with the city manager's guidance, let me maybe change this. Are there any major concerns? We have an ordinance here, we're looking at moving this forward. Does anybody have something that they feel should be debated or changed? If not, then.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
my opinion on this is this language is fine, and it's what we should go forward with.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. I'm inclined to say the same. I'm still waiting to see how, if there's something that we missed here. And maybe as a helpful, Sky, I'm curious what changes to AB 1482 does this represent? So we know that we're taking, the existing state law, and we're, tightening up in certain areas, like relocation is a clear example here. Is there anything that stands out that we've been tightening up or that changes to AB 1482?
So the main changes that that the draft ordinance that's in front of you represent relative to 1482 are that it establishes that in the case of no fault evictions, that the amount of relocation assistance is increased from 1 month to 3 months, or $5,000, whichever is greater.
Mm-hmm.
And it establishes that in a no fault eviction situation, if the basis for the eviction no longer exists and the property owner places the unit back onto the market within 12 months of the eviction, that the property owner must offer the unit to the tenant who is evicted the opportunity to reoccupy the unit and pay the rent that was in place at the time of eviction, with the ability to make adjustments as allowed for under the ordinance, as the city manager summarized before. So those are the two primary additional protections that the draft ordinance that's in front of you would provide relative to the Tenant Protection Act. And this is based on the direction that council gave at the last meeting.
Okay, thanks for that. So essentially A2 is really that right of return of 12 months, which is in addition to AB 1482. And then D is my question, is there any difference in the language to what a substantial remodel is from AB 1482? I'm sorry if I'm catching guys off guard, but I just wanted to, again, we've spent a lot of time, coming to where we are today, and it is a lot to keep track of. And for the public and for the council, I just wanted to kind of look at, we have an existing law and we're looking at tightening it. And if we can just highlight those deltas, it might be easier for everybody.
Yeah, I'm just reviewing. I hadn't really thought about it in exactly those terms, so I'm just taking a quick look at
Okay,
it.
no problem. Just take a few minutes here. And, while Sky's looking that over, is there anything else that, besides Councilmember Carroll's proposals, which again, we're, looking at essentially seniors, adding a 3,000 and adding a notice. I think there's nothing else really on the table, because I remember leaving the last meeting, thinking that we had 4 or 5 things that we hadn't discussed, and substantial remodel is one, but I'm not hearing any need to debate that tonight based on the language provided. And, to the city manager's point, the Ellis Act component, all these, nobody is asking for anything different up here on the dais.
So if I can just get this straight, so like leaving aside rental, we're looking at tenant protection is what we're examining now. And it appears that based on state law, you are proposing under 1068, 2 additional enhancements, only 2 additional enhancements, one being a 60-day written notice of the tenancy ability to reoccupy at the same cost, and into increasing the length of time from 1 month to 3 months or $5,000. And that would be the only enhancements additionally in Larkspur based on this from what state law currently is, just in rental tenant protections. So I get that clear for everybody. And that seems where this particular ordinance stands right now. And everybody seems to be in pretty much agreement with the other aspects of it that were refined by the staff report about what substantial remodel of a residential property is defined as. Sounds like that's where we are.
I think so, except for the first thing you said, when we're talking about the right of return, so A2 on page 5, I think it's, we're saying 12 months. So the scenario is a landlord, says they need to remodel, and then the person leaves, they have up to 12 months to come back.
And that's what it says on page 6, top of page 6.2, it says 12 months. So am I correct on that?
That's correct.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, right.
Yeah,
So it is there.
Yeah, and I just double checking the draft ordinance uses the definition that's in 1482 of substantial remodel. So we had not received any direction from council there had been discussion about the definition, but no direction to make changes. What council had given us direction was to prepare an ordinance that increases the tenant protections in the form of relocation assistance and the right of return, but had not ultimately made any changes to the definition of substantial remodel. So we just used the state definition.
Right. So in this opportunity for a previous tenant to regain ownership and tenancy after a substantial remodel, that still does not preclude the property owner from going through, if we pass ordinance 1067, the process to go to the maximum amount of the cap, or based on their evidence or findings that they had to put out additional expenses that we articulated here in capital improvements. So essentially they can go back and increase the rent to whatever level they can defensively argue they could raise it to.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, are we talking still about the eviction ordinance? Or are we
Yes.
talking, because I think we're mixing things up when we're talking about the cap and eviction.
I think Councilmember Way is just trying to clarify that there is a relationship between the rent stabilization ordinance and the eviction protections ordinance, in that upon a previously evicted tenant who was evicted for no cause, who then exercises the right of return, would reoccupy the unit at the rent that was in place at the time of the eviction. The property owner would then have the ability to implement a rent increase under the rent stabilization ordinance, either the percentage-based amount or to file an application for a fair rate of return increase above the cap.
based on what they're
That
improving
would
for.
be an option for the landlord in any event.
Yes, it just,
So-
it does relate to the right of return, and that the right of return would be with the previous rent, and then the landlord could attempt to increase it based on the rent stabilization ordinance.
Right, exactly. So I don't really see where there's an issue here.
No, I just wanted to be clear that it's not a fail-safe that people will be able to return and have the rent return to them at the level prior to the extensive remodel.
Right, that's
The
because
tenant-
that's because the landlord has an opportunity
To raise it again.
to raise rents in accordance with the provisions of the proposed rent stabilization ordinance. That nothing's changed.
So it sounds like if we're moving forward with anything, this one has more consensus than part A has.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like even the last,
What is part A?
I mean, ordinance, excuse me,
Yeah.
the number is 1067. It seems like we have more consensus on 1068, which are the just cause eviction and tenant protection regulations. Then we have
As
it.
I said at the outset, I'm fine with the language that's in the draft ordinance as written.
Okay, so that's noted, Councilmember Carroll, and Councilmember Ray, I agree. I think, in reflecting back on the public comment, I heard few comments, challenging what's been posted and what we've discussed. So it sounds like City Attorney, you wanted to say something?
I did, actually, wanted to answer Vice Mayor Kendall's
Yeah,
question.
okay.
The noticing requirements that Vice Mayor Kendall's asked about are state law. They're just codifying what's in state law.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, so Mr. City Manager, just to clarify, it's 60 days to let them come back, or it's 120-day notice before you do the construction?
I couldn't find, I'm not sure where the 120-day came from. I'm not able to find that. So it's.
That was just in Councilmember Carroll's draft.
So the current law is reflected in section D as it's drafted in the ordinance. It's codifying state law locally.
Got it. And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I follow up with one more question?
Sure.
For either the city manager or city attorney, is there something in state law that allows a landlord to recoup costs for upgrades or construction that would be greater than 10%?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
So is it possible that we have consensus on at least one of these parcels, which is the just cause eviction and tenant protection regulation and the changes the staff made, that part can move forward, but there's a lot of contention still on the first part, which is the 1067, which is our rent cap.
Yeah.
We're
No,
not
I think
there.
that's exactly what's happening. The only addition I'd make is Councilmember Carroll had two things he wanted to add. My inclination is to take what has been written and, we had multiple straw polls and, mostly from the last meeting, and to see if we can move this forward, introduce it, which I think would be the next step. Perhaps give me some guidance here if you would, Sky and Dan, but I'm wanting to see if we have consensus to move the just cause eviction, to introduce it and move to the next level of the ordinance, and then subsequently entertain what Councilmember Carroll was saying and have that as a sort of second straw poll.
They have to go together, or can they go separated?
It would not be a straw poll. It would be a vote on an amendment.
Yes, I
to the
do.
ordinance.
I do, first of all, agree with Councilmember Carroll. I think you're past straw polls now and you're into votes.
Okay.
That's one. The second is you operate under Rosenberg's rules of order. And one of the things that Judge Rosenberg was a big advocate for was try to make things work as smoothly as possible and don't get too hung up in procedure. But I will say one thing that will make this confusing is if you don't entertain any proposed amendments before you try to take up the entire ordinance. So
Okay.
in spirit of Rosenberg, I'd encourage you to not quash discussion from any member about any changes they want to make before you take up the ordinance.
Okay,
Mr.
okay,
Mayor,
that's fair. Yeah, yeah, go ahead, Scott.
I'm gonna move, I think, a way to move forward and feel free to disagree is let's let Councilmember Carroll make his motion to amend to whatever he feels he'd like to amend. The council can vote on those amendments. And then, well, we'll have an ordinance then that we can vote on, as opposed to voting on the ordinance first and then seeing if we want to later amend that ordinance that we just voted on.
Okay, no, that sounds like a more useful way to move forward. My only amendment or suggestion to that is, based on some of the earlier discussion, perhaps we can, just have some, we talked about why the age 62 and so forth, have some, before we do the vote, see if there are any questions, any persuasion that can happen. I mean, I certainly have some opinions on this, but if not, then we can just move right into it. And I guess that would be to take, the ordinance now and vote on having all those amendments in as well.
Mr. Mayor, I think Councilmember Carroll very clearly articulated his rationale for his proposed amendments. I don't really see that there's much of a point in doing more than addressing them through a vote at this point.
Okay.
And, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I just disagree. I think if he wants, Councilmember Carroll should introduce whatever amendment. We should have some brief discussion on the amendment and then we should vote on it.
Okay.
I am proposing an amendment to the proposed City of Larkspur Ordinance 1068. To wit, delete section 6.30070C and replace with the amount of relocation assistance shall be equal to 3 months of the tenant's rent that was in effect when the owner issued the notice to terminate the tenancy, or I, $5,000, whichever is greater. If a tenant or member of a tenant's household has resided in the unit for at least 12 consecutive months and is 62 years of age or older, disabled, or certified to be terminally ill by the treating physician, the amount of relocation assistance shall be increased by $3,000. For the purposes of this section, the term disabled shall have the same meaning as that in Government Code Section 12955.3, as may be amended or renumbered from time to time. Any relocation assistance shall be provided within 15 calendar days of service of the notice. 1, subsection 1, if a tenant fails to vacate after the expiration of the notice to terminate this tenancy, the actual amount of any relocation assistance or rent waiver provided pursuant to this subsection shall be recoverable as damages in an action to recover possession. Number 2, the relocation assistance required by this section shall be credited against any other relocation assistance required by any other law. I also propose deleting section 6.30050B and replace with B1, withdrawal of the residential real property from the rental market under and subject to the provisions of the Ellis Act. 2, tenants shall be entitled to a minimum of 120-day notice for evictions pursuant to the Ellis Act in the case that a tenant or member of a tenant's household has resided in the unit for at least 12 consecutive months and is 62 years of age or older, disabled, or certified to be terminally ill by the treating physician. Tenants shall be entitled to a minimum of 1 year's notice.
Councilmember Carroll, is that a motion to adopt these provisions?
Yes.
I second it.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, if I can comment on them before we take a vote.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. I'd appreciate that. Go ahead.
So I completely agree with the spirit of those provisions and what we're trying to accomplish. Unfortunately, my experience is that sometimes when we try to do things, there are unintended consequences that happen. My fear is if we have that provision, what that's going to do is it's going to incentivize landlords not to rent to people who are elderly. It's going to incentivize landlords not to rent to people who are sick. And I think it's, even though we're trying to help a certain group of people, it's going to end up hurting that same group of people that we're trying to help.
Mr. Mayor, if I could interject, each of us has our own views about what these provisions may or may not do. Our views can be articulated through a vote. And I would encourage the question to be called.
And while I appreciate that, sometimes the council would like to discuss issues, which is what we're doing right now. So I encourage, if anybody else has comments, if you agree or disagree, we can talk about it. If you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to, but I wouldn't want to cut off conversation if there are things that people want to talk about.
Could I ask the city attorney to weigh in? Aren't there current state and federal housing laws against discriminating against people who have disabilities? And the other concerns Councilmember Kendall has brought up.
There are, but they also can be difficult to prove. So, I just want to leave open the possibility that and this is not an argument for or against the motion. Just noting it as a practitioner adjacent to this area that property owners can manipulate the manner in which they create a pool of potential tenants to rent to, and may therefore have a pool with a small number of people in it who they would, if they more actively discriminated against, would be in violation of state law. So I just, it just because the laws exist don't mean that there aren't ways for property owners to avoid a provable violation of those laws.
But tenants do have a right to sue.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So just a brief interjection. I want to appreciate Councilmember Haroff wanting to call the question, but since you made the motion, I think this discussion is important. Are you willing to, I don't know if it's technically table the motion, just so we can have a few minutes to talk about this? Because I think it's.
No, I think the hour's late and I think the issues are fairly obvious. I'd call the question.
Okay.
I endorse that suggestion and reiterate that I have seconded the motion.
Okay.
I need definitions. I mean, we have a definition of disabled, but what is this certified terminally ill by a treating physician definition? I mean, somebody.
So just one second, Councilmember Ray.
Terminally ill for years. So what do we do with that information? I think we need to have a code definition of what some of these things are, else we don't have any leg to stand on for something like that. I mean, we have a code definition for what defines disabled under housing law, but okay.
So just, I'm sorry, if someone has called the question, motion and seconded, do we have to do roll call now?
I think you can check whether or not there's any more discussion on the motion and then call the question.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll just weigh in for 1 second. I mean, I'm inclined to vote for this, but I also really like all concerns to be aired, and I don't think we're talking about more than 5 minutes. So if it's okay, can we have a couple of minutes to talk about it? You're the mayor. Well, but okay. So, I mean, we did call the question. So I think your points were about discrimination and your points are about definition. Is there anything more? Because I'm trying to see if there's something we can amend or learn. I think that the positions are pretty entrenched right now.
I mean, I get the spirit of it for sure, but I when you introduce housing law, I mean, disabled actually has a terminology which is recognized within housing law. And I just don't know if this has been vetted well enough, that language has been vetted well enough.
This is why I submitted it to the city manager and the city attorney. I apologize. It wasn't until 1 o'clock this afternoon, but I was held up by the county for 2 hours up at Nosfield getting my meters checked today. It would have been sooner, but that is the reason why I submitted it to the city manager and the city attorney, was to get this language as clear as possible, and I assume defensible.
So if I understand, Sky, that there is some risk, from what you've seen. My understanding is these no-fault evictions are fairly rare. And we're also talking about people who are in place that we're trying to protect. So it's not, discrimination, they're already in place, is I think the spirit of Councilmember Carroll's suggestions. But legally, is there anything else that could refine it? Otherwise, I think we should call the question and vote.
No, I think the legal issues have been addressed. I do think, as the city manager pointed out earlier, there is room for administrative guidelines for implementation of both ordinances. So we can attempt to address those. And if it turns out that there is an issue with ambiguity in any of these terms, we can come back to the council with an amendment. I also do want to clarify, I just did a quick glance at Rosenberg's rules. When the question is called, the chair can ask whether or not there is any further debate on the question, any further discussion. If Councilmember Way or Councilmember Kendall has additional comments they want to make, they should have an opportunity to do so. But the point is that there is an attempt at this point to limit debate and move the question. So I just want to make sure that Councilmembers Way and Kendall have had their opportunity to have their input.
Okay, thank you. And I've tried to adhere to that, to strike a balance. I know we need to move, but I think they raised some good points. So if there's nothing else, let's just do a roll call.
Councilmember Carroll,
Yes.
Councilmember Haroff,
Yes.
Councilmember Way.
No.
Vice Mayor Kendall,
No.
Mayor Paulson.
Yes. Okay, so that passes. Let's go to the next one.
I move.
Actually, if you don't mind,
move to
give,
approve, City of Larkspur Ordinance number 1068. Amending the Larkspur Municipal Code to add chapter 6.30 establishing just cause eviction and tenant protection regulations as amended.
What? He's got something to say about that.
If that as a motion, I would second it.
And just to clarify, the motion is to introduce and waive further reading. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Correct.
okay. And so I'm going to go back to the rules of order here. And I do want to hear from Councilmember Kendall and from Way, just, thoughts you have about that. I'm again, just make sure that we've heard your opinion.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear from which are we?
So we're on to
Yeah.
the second one. So this was going to the Ellis, and for people over 62, I think it was the 1 year, it's 120.
Councilmember Carroll's motion included both of his proposed amendments
Correct.
to the eviction protections ordinance. He's now made a motion to introduce the ordinance as amended.
Oh, I'm
This
sorry.
is
Correct.
ordinance
For first
1068
reading.
for the first
Okay.
reading, 1068, introduce first reading as amended.
Okay,
And
I'm
there's a
sorry.
motion and a second.
Okay,
Yes, that is correct.
all right,
So
got
is
it.
that, are you? Just want to make sure everybody, including Councilmember Kendall, are on the same page about where we are procedurally.
Yeah, there
we
was-
are voting on the ordinance with the amendments. Is that correct?
The eviction protections ordinance as amended by Councilmember Carroll's proposal.
Okay.
And just for clarification for me, when we initially had this conversation about 6 months ago, we talked about parallel paths that they had to go together. But as this has evolved, it's come to also a possibility that it could be one or the other or both. But just cause evictions are an enhancement of already existing law. That's an opportunity for us to vote on and exclude the other as a possibility.
So I'll hand the mic over to the city manager after I give my answer. It's much more common to see a city adopt
Parallel.
just cause without rent stabilization. It's much more rare to see rent stabilization without just cause.
Right.
But we've set them up as separate ordinances so that council would be able to move them separately. But they could move separately now the way that we've set them up.
Second question, there has been discussion in the past during all this workshop, et cetera, about putting a ballot measure together. It could be independent. These two ordinances could be independent of each other as a ballot measure. One being rent control. Sorry, I'm getting tired. And the other being just cause evictions. If this is passed, that would just cause evictions. It could separate them from a ballot initiative. Is that correct?
No.
So I would say council can adopt either one of these And council can put either one of these or both to a voter ballot measure. So you could proceed to adopt the eviction protections ordinance. Or you could submit it to voters. You could do the same thing with the rent stabilization ordinance, or you could submit both of them together. You can do any combination of those.
Okay.
Mayor, can I follow up with a question?
Sure.
Mr. City Attorney, just so I understand, if we pass the eviction protections and a tenant signs a 1-year lease, when that lease is over, can the landlord say, hey, you know what, I don't want to rent it to you anymore? Or all of a sudden do 1-year leases become infinite at the discretion of the tenant?
I'm gonna have to, can I get back to you about this? I just need 1 minute because so the Tenant Protection Act did actually change this area of law. So the answer is no. If you want me to explain exactly the way the Tenant Protection Act now operates, I can quickly look that up for you. But the answer is no. At the end of the lease term, the landlord can't just evict the tenant as a result of the lease ending at the end of the year.
So I'm sorry. So I understand your answer was no, the landlord cannot evict a tenant at the end of a lease. So a 1-year lease does in fact turn into an infinite lease at the discretion of the tenant.
So the second half of that is what I would need to check on. The first part, I can confidently say that the end of the lease term is not a basis to evict a tenant.
Okay, so what is the point of having a lease term if it doesn't mean anything?
It locks in place the terms of the possession of the real property for 12 months.
I'm as confused as Scott is on that one.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
again, you're going to have to give us a minute to find the full answer to this question if you want the full answer.
Well, I mean, I only because I think it's important, that for us to understand this before we vote on it, because, that's a pretty serious change in landlord-tenant rights. If a tenant signs a 1-year lease and then they say, I don't want to leave for 10 years, and the landlord has no recourse, we should just know if that's the situation or not.
Okay.
Not whether it's good or bad, but we should know what we're voting on.
Okay, so that gave me enough time to pull up my previous notes on this. So I will read to you again, which I did at a previous meeting, but I understand I can't keep all of this in mind, so I know you can't either. So I will just again read to council the full answer on this. So under the Tenant Protection Act, the end of a lease term is not considered an at-fault or a no-fault just cause for termination of tenancy. Therefore, it is not a basis for eviction. However, if a property owner makes a written request or demand to execute a written extension or renewal of the lease for an additional term of similar duration with similar provisions, and the tenant refuses, that is considered an at-fault just cause for termination, and the tenant may be evicted at the end of the lease term. Additionally, there are a number of bases that I'll just say, additionally, the following are exempt from the just cause provisions of the Tenant Protection Act, and that includes all the things that are listed in the staff report of what types of tenancies are not subject to those protections. But the basic answer is under the Tenant Protection Act, which has nothing to do with the ordinance that's in front of council. If a property owner has made a written request or demand to execute a written extension or renewal of the lease for an additional term of similar duration with similar provisions, and the tenant refuses, that is considered an at-fault just cause for termination, and the tenant may be evicted at the end of the lease term. Otherwise, the end of the lease term is not considered at fault or no fault and is not a basis for termination of tenancy.
And Scott, do we have a definition for similar? I mean, if there's a 4% rent increase, is that a similar lease that the tenant says, I'm not signing that? Is that cause? Do we know? Has that been defined?
It would, No, there's been no litigation of, with it's resulted in in published precedent regarding the Tenant Protection Act. However, if a lease had a term in it that said in 6 months, after 6 months of tenancy, the rent can be increased 4%. If the proposed additional lease had the same provision, that would be similar.
Thank you for clarifying. Appreciate that.
Absolutely.
So
we
in
have-
some, it's.
We have a motion on the table, correct?
Yeah, we do, and we're almost done. So it's really the term of the lease. That's the similarity. It seems like you can't go from 1 year to month, say you suddenly want month to month.
It has to be of similar duration and similar terms.
Okay, and the terms was the ambiguity. Okay, so. Yeah,
This discussion made me realize that we didn't highlight in responding to some earlier questions where we were asked distinctions between the ordinance and the Tenant Protection Act. This ordinance does not have a sunset in it and would carry on past the sunset in the Tenant Protection Act. So the provision that you're talking about in the Tenant Protection Act right now is scheduled to end in 2030. And so then this becomes much more germane because some of this exposure at the end of a lease might then exist without, in the absence of local protections.
1482 is expiring in 2030.
Yeah.
Okay. Unless new legislation.
and that's both sides of it, the rent stabilization and the just cause parts.
Well, the Tenant Protection Act is
It's one big thing. that
item
you've
that
split.
deals with both, but it has an expiration date on it.
Mhm.
We didn't put that in here. We never heard consensus to do that. I kind of realized we didn't point that out. So I think it's very germane to this point again, because that protection that's in the Tenant Protection Act might not be in existence for residents in.
So how would we introduce that? Because that was a point I brought up meetings ago and slipped my mind that we sunset it with AB 1482 because we're building something in parallel.
Well, you have a motion on the floor, so
Yeah.
you would have to ask the motion makers if they would entertain an amendment. But I didn't bring it up necessarily for that point. My point is the scenario that Vice Mayor Kendall is asking about might be, your city attorney's answers might be very different if this was 2031. And so you should consider that, I think, in your deliberation on how you're voting here.
Yeah, and
I just threw a whole link.
yeah, and I, I know we're at 9:45, but I, that was one thing that I considered important, and I don't want to vote no. I think we have something we can move forward with, but I want to return to the motion makers. Can we introduce that amendment? Because I felt, staying in parallel with 1482 on some points, particularly the sunset, was important. It is getting late, but I wanted to at least bring that up.
Would the city attorney need time to produce that language? In other words, do we have to decide that particular point right here and now, or can it?
What are you, well, actually, that's what I wanted to make sure. Are you talking about adding a sunset provision or something else? Just want to make sure.
Just adding a sunset provision. Actually, maybe the reason I didn't think that is because, as I asked earlier, I was wondering what the deltas were from AB 1482. So if it's in 1482, I assumed it was in here, but I guess it's not explicit.
If you if you do a straw poll on, do you want to add a sunset that matches 1482? I will quickly find come up with some text that we can use as an amendment to add to the motion that's on the floor, if the motion maker and seconder are willing to accept that amendment.
I think that's important.
I think that just the fact that, my entire approach to this has been we are starting something new in Larkspur, and I think we need to remain flexible, and it ensures that this is revisited. A lot of things could change, that could make things better for tenants or worse for tenants. And I felt the sunset was a good provision of 1482.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, it's always going to be subject to revisitation at some time. You can always introduce a new ordinance. I don't think that issue needs to be resolved tonight. You can wait 6 years and introduce a new ordinance if that's the consensus at that time with a different city council. So I don't think it's necessary for us to resolve that issue and add additional language personally. So I would oppose any further amendment to the language that has been put on the table.
Okay. But it's not implied, it's not assumed here, because I think Councilmember Kendall did bring up a good point.
It absolutely is not implied. You would have to add it. If you wanted to add it, you could simply add an additional section, which would be section 6.30.130, which would be headed sunset, and it would just state this chapter shall automatically sunset on December 31st, 2030.
Okay. I mean, I'd like to ask that. I'm ready to vote yes on this, but I would want that in as a condition.
I will defer to the maker of the motion, whether he finds that acceptable. I personally find it objectionable, but if the maker of the motion finds it acceptable, I will defer to his judgment.
In the interest of trying to reach some consensus, I will accept it.
And I will go along with that.
Thank you.
So what section are you talking about? 6.30.
It would be a new section. The number would be, it would be the last section. It would be 6.30.130. The heading would be sunset, and the text would simply state, this chapter shall automatically sunset on December 31st, 2030. At this point, I believe Mayor Paulson has proposed that as a further amendment. Councilmember Carroll is the maker of the motion, and Councilmember Haroff is the seconder, who both agreed to that amendment. So the motion on the floor is introduce and waive further reading of Ordinance 1068 with the amendments proposed by Councilmember Carroll, and with the additional amendment to add the sunset provision.
Okay, are we ready for a vote? Roll call.
Councilmember Carroll,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Councilmember Way,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kendall,
Yes.
Mayor Paulson.
Yes. All right, we got to 5-0. From 2-1. I'm going to thank everybody for that. And if you're not happy, I understand it. It's late and I'm not 100%. But okay, so now we can move on to 1067. And maybe we'd just proceed the same way.
If I could just ask a question of
Yeah.
Mr. Carroll, who proposed the amendments to the rent stabilization ordinance. You have a couple of options here that you proposed in terms of a rate. Have you in your own mind settled on one of those? I have. These are yours proposed amendments. So I'm asking.
Yes, and I'm proposing the two in substitution of what's currently in the
Well, aren't the two mutually exclusive?
No, I think if the first one got accepted, then I would be very happy with that. But I am allowing for the possibility of the second, which was proposed by the various tenants organizations, and if they're comfortable with it, I can live with it.
So would your motion, if you were to make a motion, would your motion be to adopt the first proposed change?
Correct. 60% of CPI or 5%, whichever is lower.
Okay.
And if that's voted down, then I would proceed to the next.
Okay, that's clear. I mean, I would prefer to go in the reverse order personally, but that's fine.
I want it on the record.
I understand.
And procedurally, so we have three items. So the ad rollback date, which would be to, I believe, May 8th was the final date, 2023. And then the rental cap of which is not 2/3, 60% CPI, or 5%, whichever is lower, or rental cap of CPI or 7%, whichever is lower. And last time I think we incorporated all and voted. So is the idea here to make a motion on 1 and 2 with everything and then see and vote on that.
Mr. Mayor, if I could make a suggestion,
Yeah.
maybe to consider these in kind of reverse order. Take the rollback issue first. Have a vote on that, and then we'll confront the rate.
Yeah, that was my question. I mean,
Yeah.
I think that would make sense to me.
Yep. I agree. To amend ordinance 1067 to add a rollback date of May 8th, 2023 is my motion.
And I just clarify that the motion would include the changes that were in the errata that were distributed to the council and the public this evening. There's one page that reflects all of the changes to be made in conjunction with that proposal, which are to add a definition of base rent, to modify the title of the ordinance, and to revise section 6.20.040 to reflect the how the rollback would be effectuated.
Correct.
Is that okay? So I just want to make, since we had the full text, rather than make you read it all again, I just trying to make sure that you've summarized the motion, but it ties to the errata that was distributed this evening.
Correct.
We were going to
You're-
ask if you
you're-
memorized all
you're
this
tonight.
language. You can recite it word by word for us.
I'll give it a shot if you really want that.
No, I don't.
You really want to be a DJ? No.
So to the mayor, we started this a long time ago. We know we have rent control in Larkspur. We have SB 1482, which is 5% plus CPI, no more than 10%. Through all of this public comment and public discussion and your work and the work of the staff, we came back with 7% cap instead of 10% cap, and that's what you brought forward. We have people not happy with that, and people not happy with this, and people not happy with that number, et cetera. So
Mr. Mayor, as a matter of procedure.
I'm still talking, please. Let me finish
The
what I'm saying.
motion is on the
There's-
table.
there's no
on
motion
Changing to the date.
Okay, well, I'm going to exercise prerogative and let Catherine finish her point.
So do you feel like, I mean, tonight we heard dozens of public comments contesting this number, and we still don't have a number that seems to have a general consensus. It's not even your number. 7% was your number. And now there's different ones. So I just need to put it out there that I think that I'm been supportive of this new changes for tenant protection, because I think those were reasonable ones. I'm still not as supportive of a rent control ordinance other than what SB 1492, 82, which already provides. So just letting that be there. I don't know where this is going to go, because this just arrived to us this afternoon, and I don't really feel like I've had enough time to fully think through through these options. So
Okay.
I'll
I
be
appreciate
voting
that.
accordingly.
Yeah, and Councilmember Haroff, I do appreciate you wanting to move this, but I'm going to weigh in myself that this is really the most difficult point. I mean, I've been as open as possible with all stakeholders, and I read my bit in the beginning, my reasons why I think, going to a lower number is a problem. I've also heard from corners of the community that I've never heard from before. I'll be honest, I'm not prepared to move this forward. I know that it's been a long time, but my option is to abstain or something, but I think that the problem is that this would be your last meeting, and I think it's so important that the 5 of us here complete this process. But I do think that I've asked over and over for new information. I think I got quite a bit in the last 7 days, and so I'm inclined to agree with Councilmember Way, at least in the spirit of this is still, to me, there's still some work to be done here, because it is the meat of it. It seems like both sides, having talked to the landlord side and the tenant side, there's divisions all 4 ways. This is good, this is not good on one side, this is good, this is not good on the other side. And I'm really wanting to make the right decision for the community. And to me, the tenants have not really addressed the issue of lost inventory, of people coming in, having more difficulty. But then I think the landlord side has not addressed the fact that an awful lot of people are going to lose their place and be displaced. And I think that's terrible. And I'm being completely open and honest here that it's something where the rental registry was a reason to get more information, so we wouldn't have to hem and haw so much, because I'm kind of going on information I get and it keeps changing. So anyway, that's my piece, but I'm not ready to do a vote at this moment.
Mr. Mayor, my point a moment ago was just a point of clarification. I think there was a motion on the table that I believe I may have seconded, although I can't remember how many motions I've seconded tonight. That was just simply concerning the rollback date. That was the motion that was on the table. If we're going to have an ordinance at all, which we may not, because the council may vote against it. But if we have an ordinance to consider, the question is, do we have a rollback date of May 8th?
Yeah, and I think last meeting, we had a 4-1 vote on pretty much everything that's on the table. And the rollback would be a change. And if your point is, can we incorporate and vote on that? I think I'm okay with that. But really, the elephant in the room has been what to do with the cap. And so I'm, being open here and seeing where the council is on that very point. If we want to take the ordinance on the table, because the question, if we move it like we just did the just cause, then I believe staff has told us, if you introduce it for the first reading, if you want to make any changes, then you just kind of go back to this public hearing process and everything starts all over. Then I want to avoid that. And maybe you can clarify if that's the path.
Well, what I wanted to clarify is that at the moment, the ordinance as a whole has not been moved. The only motion is to amend ordinance 1067 to add the rollback date.
Correct.
And the related provision. So that, I believe, has been moved and seconded. It has no effect on the ordinance as a whole, since that moving the ordinance would take.
Okay, if
moving
I
the ordinance as a
misunderstood.
whole would require a separate motion. All that's being proposed at the moment is to revise the proposed ordinance to add the rollback date.
Okay, so on that one point, I'm sorry if I misunderstood you. So yeah,
That's fine. But that is a correct description of what's before us.
Okay, so I guess Councilmember Candell, Councilmember Way, so we're taking everything we've agreed on and seeing if we can amend it by adding a rollback date. That's the motion on the table.
Staff report ordinance.
Correct.
Not any additional
You just 1067 with the first amendment of the rollback date.
Yeah, and again, this is not a vote on the ordinance as a whole.
Right.
This would be a narrow, it is a narrow motion to revise ordinance 1067 as presented to council tonight to add the rollback date. There's still a motion on the ordinance as a whole, including that or any other amendments, would still be required. The ordinance itself would not move forward. This is just a change. That is just a very narrow change on the rollback date.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the motion and
Motion and second.
And we have a second, and let's get a roll call then.
Councilmember Carroll,
Yes.
Councilmember Haroff,
Yes.
Councilmember Way,
No.
Vice Mayor Candell.
Oops, you're on.
I see you're muted, Vice Mayor Candell.
Sorry, no.
Mayor Paulson.
Yes. Okay,
I would like to make a motion to amend Larkspur ordinance 1067. I will defer to the other Kevin and propose a rental cap of 100% of CPI or 7%, whichever is lower. And the language provided by the city attorney, if he wishes to elaborate.
I'll just to make the same expansion that this would include the text that was presented to council as an errata, which would alter the title of the ordinance and revise section 6.20.040 and 0.050. And also just want to make sure that everyone also understands that this is also
A vote on the
motion
ordinance.
just to make a change to ordinance 1067. It is not a motion on the ordinance as a whole.
Correct. So, Mr. Carroll, is that consistent with your understanding of what's been moved?
Yes.
It's consistent with my understanding as well, so I want to make the record clear that I second the motion.
okay. So I've stated my position. Roll call.
Councilmember Carroll,
Yes.
Councilmember Haroff,
Yes.
Councilmember Way,
No.
Vice Mayor Candell,
No.
Mayor Paulson.
No.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I think Mr. Carroll had a second alternative that he might want to proceed with.
I would like to propose the second alternative, a rental cap of 60% of CPI or 5%, whichever is lower.
I will second that motion.
Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Haroff,
Yes.
Councilmember Way,
No,
Vice Mayor Kendall,
No,
Mayor Paulson.
No.
I would like to propose first reading and passage of City of Larkspur Ordinance number 1067.
As amended, but then also, do you want to add a sunset provision to this as part of the motion, similar to the sunset provision that we added to the eviction protections ordinance?
I do. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, then in that case, the additional amendment would be to, give me 1 second. Be to add. Oops, gotta pull up the correct document. 1 second. It would be to add section 6.20.120. With the heading of sunset to state that this chapter shall automatically sunset on December 31st, 2030. So, Councilmember Carroll, are you including that amendment in your motion?
Yes.
Okay, and Councilmember Haroff, you agree?
yes.
Okay, so that is the motion to waive reading and introduce ordinance 1067 with the rollback provisions that have been added, plus the sunset provision.
Okay, let's get a roll call.
Councilmember Carroll,
Yes.
Councilmember Haroff,
No.
Councilmember Way,
no,
Vice Mayor Kendall,
No,
Mayor Paulson.
Yes. Okay, so it does not pass. Okay,
now where are we?
so I guess we have 1068, and that is ready for first reading. And where do we stand with 1067? I guess it's not passed, so it's still in public hearing status.
So the version of, so 1068, just take them in reverse order. 1068 has had the first reading and been introduced. Following standard procedures, it will come back at your next regular meeting for the council to consider adopting it. 1067, with the amendments, the motion failed. If you wish to continue the public hearing to consider additional versions of 1067, that's an option. You can also, somebody could also make a motion on a different version of 1067.
Okay. All right, well, if I understand our agenda correctly, that brings us to the end of the public hearing, and then we have to officially close the public hearing at this point and move to the next item. Is there anything I've left out?
Unless you want to continue it to consider another version of the rent stabilization ordinance.
Which other one is there?
Yeah, I mean, I personally do want to continue the discussion. I wanted something to pass, and as I said, there was enough new information where I think we need more discussion. Unfortunately, we're losing a key council member, so that would be my preference. Do we need a vote on that, or is that just good enough to have from 1 or 2 members?
I'd suggest at this point actually making a motion, and I think you can exercise your mayoral prerogative to make a motion to continue the public hearing. I don't know if the city manager has a date in mind.
I win, and what am I bringing back? I guess it would be very blunt. Need a little direction. Am I bringing this back on the agenda or something else? I can bring it as soon as July, I think 19 is your next regular meeting. No, it doesn't sound right. 15. 19, I got it right. Thank you. It's getting late for me too. Unless you have something new you want me to work on.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say we bring this back on July 19th and, we have time to, just as Councilmember Carroll did, to submit possible amendments or whatnot. And, then that'll be posted.
So they need a motion there. So like, sounds like the mayor'd like to make a motion to bring 1067 back in its current form to continue the public hearing on July 19th.
Yes.
So
I'll second the motion.
Let's have a roll call.
Councilmember Carroll,
You're on.
Yes.
Councilmember Haroff,
Yes.
Councilmember Way,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kandel,
Yes.
Mayor Paulson.
Yes, and thank you. Okay, so with that, we're at the end of our business items, our public hearing. So we'll close the public hearing. And we have no business items. And so we're at adjournment. Does anybody want to adjourn or should we stay here some more? I'll take that as unanimous. All right. Thank you all for coming tonight and we will see you on the 19th or so.
Thank you all.